Yeah.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm joined by Alex Skorek shortly, as he'll be doing a presentation today. This is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English for August 15th, 2021. They call it the North American team, but it's become an international phenomena in a way, where we have many people from many languages as we're all unraveling different parts and different aspects of the Keshe plasma technology. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's going to take all of us. He's released so much knowledge on this planet in such a short time and delivered so beautifully that it's going to take governments, universities, knowledge seekers, and others to continue to unravel this. And this will go on for infinitum, I would say. So let's get right into it today, because I didn't have everything pulled up that I wanted to present or to show or to share. But what I do have, I think, will suffice for us to have some conversation, some discussion. Today, I thought we'd focus on fields. As we all know, Mr. Keshe is moving us in that direction to start working more on fields and to rely less on the matter state. In one of the bumpers, he said, we use the matter state to help us understand the knowledge and the workings of the soul, to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So the soul of the man is quite a very knowledgeable entity and can survive anywhere in this universe, as we're learning. So what I'd like to do is go into the Portuguese teaching, and I want to thank Raphael. He helped me to bring some of this up to you. That's not what I was looking for. But this is the one from Marius, from the Romanian Association. And as we know, they've had a beautiful conference in Romania. I think the next one is slated for the beginning of October. If I'm not sure, it could be in Austria. I think that's where it's going to be, but it's not so much for the public, but it's for some of the scientists and other professionals, as well as government leaders, to see actually what's going on in and around the Keshe Foundation. And as we all know, this is the best place to be, in and around the foundation. There's no knowledge deeper on this planet than what is being revealed now. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's been the same teacher. And even though the times have changed, but it's still the same teacher. So let's go right into this, and we'll start to see the use of fields. I was thinking, Jalal, if you'd like to add after Liana's little clip there, that you may want to mention something about the orange and the cup as well, if you're with us. I know you're on holiday. You may be just here in the background, but we'll all be able to add to this. So let's go right to Marius, who made a presentation. I think this was part of the what happened at the conference, but just a small part. But I'm not sure if he just made this expressly for the Portuguese team. Rafael, would you know? And if you can't open your mic, that's fine too. So let's go here. And what we're looking for is the interaction of fields. And this is where we're going. And think of your emotions as a field with energy, and it can do so many things. So let's just see some simple experiments that show field interactions. And this is something that others can see when they just say, well, fields, I can't see anything, I don't understand it. This is one little experiment that you can all do. So let's go right into this for a few minutes. We will hear from Liana. I'd like to discuss the image of the fields that are frozen in ice, or so-called fields. I don't think you can freeze the plasma. Even at absolute zero, there's something going on. There's still movement. So let's take this if we can.
No ganho de CO2 na água. Luz na água, que vai ser compartilhado aqui com a gente.
And everyone can see the screen? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes, check.
Good.
Please.
So, Dariane, need to share the video? Correct.
Yes. Doesn't have to be with the sound and music. I can explain what the thinking process was on the background.
Então, não precisa ser com música nem com som. Ah, obrigado. Que ele vai explicar o que Marius. Então,
So
que
I have
a influência do... Oh, sorry, Marius, just translating what's written. Então, aqui é a influência dos campos de plasma de CO2, né, no pH, nos níveis de pH da água. Yes.
yeah. So you can see here various how to say, glasses of water with different pHs, and this is a liquid pH test, and the waters came from if you know different ionization devices for water, for tap water, and you can select various pH levels that you want. For example, Kangen water, it's one of them.
Can you
So
repeat the last one? Sorry.
if you know Kangen water.
Kangen. I don't know what's Kangen.
Yes, it's
Yes.
a water ionization device.
Oh, okay, so you make through a device. It's Kangen water. I never heard of this.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's a device that provides you different pH levels of water. You can just tap a button and you select the pH that you like, and then you get the water of that pH.
Então, o Mário está explicando aqui que ele fez o primeiro teste com o pH das águas, né? Ele pegou aquele tubinho que é um teste de pH, né? Que você coloca umas gotas coloridas em cada copo e você vai perceber que vai modificar em cada copo uma cor diferente, porque cada copo desse tem uma água diferente que ele pegou de locais diferentes, né? Então, inclusive tem uma que ele usou um aparelho específico, né? Que eu nunca ouvi falar, na verdade. Ele chama de Congo água, não sei nem se é assim que se fala mesmo. Mas foi através de um ionizador, mas ele queria botar vários tipos de água diferentes para fazer esse teste e ver o pH de cada um.
The most alkaline ones, I think you can see them, it's 9.5. I have written all the pH, the initial ones, in the vicinity of each of the glasses. The most alkaline are the most intense color. Then you have the 8.5. I think you have tap water with the original pH of 7. You have 9.5, and then you have some acidic waters as well. You have 6.5 and I don't know the other one.
Então, o Marius ele está aqui compartilhando com a gente o seguinte, né? Você percebe que cada um está com uma cor diferente, cada água é uma água diferente, né? Que ele pegou de locais diferentes, e ele mediu o pH inicial de cada uma, né? Você vê que nessa água mais de baixo aqui, que é um azul claro, o pH dela está 8,5. As que estão com uma coloração mais forte tem um pH mais alto, que algumas são acima de 9. Daria, se puder dar um play, que aí você vê a água da esquerda aqui, que tem um azul quase roxo, aqui é 11,5 pH dela. Essa água aqui, por exemplo, que é mais clarinha e transparente, está com 2,5 bem baixo, praticamente está bem ácido, na verdade. Então você vê a mudança. Isso é o pH inicial de cada água.
Yes, but my main focus was on the initial pH 7.2, the tap water, which is regular water, and I have filmed this during 12 hours, and let's see what happens with the waters with the influence of the CO2 gas over them.
E dá pausa, por favor, Darina, que eu vou explicar primeiro. Obrigado. Então, o que o Mário está explicando aqui é o seguinte. O foco dele principal nesse teste aqui foi o pH inicial do 7,2 da água de torneira, que é que está o azul mais claro aqui, o pH, que a Darina está apontando aqui. Então, ele queria ver, nesse teste aqui, ele colocou uma câmera, né, para poder filmar durante 12 horas a influência do ganho de CO2 nessas águas. E esse foi o foco dele, entender e tentar ver qual era a alteração em cada água, né, para ver o que acontecia de fato. Né? Lembrando que a coloração de cada copo vai de acordo com aquele teste de pH que ele gotejou em cada água para poder verificar o nível de pH, se está mais alcalino ou mais ácido. E agora a gente vai ver esse processo aqui, que a Dani vai dar o play para a gente ver o que aconteceu.
Yes. While playing, I added a few more drops of pH testers because you weren't able to see the colors, so you weren't able to tell. So the other two were a pH of 11.5, which is very alkaline. You can give it to play. It's okay. And the yellow one is with pH 2.5, so it's very acidic. So these two haven't got to change very much, but the idea was to see the other ones with the pH between 6 and 9.5, which were brought to the same pH level. And then I removed everything from the setup except the tap water. And then I added two different glasses of water, one with pH 9.5 and one with the pH of 6, which is a bit acidic. And let's see what happens with the system.
Pode dar pause aí, Dani, só para eu traduzir, senão vai acontecer.
Posso voltar? Dá pra voltar?
Melhor, se puder um pouco. Bem pouquinho, precisa ser muito. Então, o que o Mário está explicando para a gente aqui é o seguinte, né? Ele percebeu que o foco dele principal, como ele falou no início, era essa água de torneira que estava 7,2 inicialmente, né? O pH dela. Os outros, ele percebeu que não teve tanta alteração no pH, né? Que está mostrando aqui. Então, o que ele fez? Ele pegou a água de torneira, que era o foco inicial dele, o copo, né? Ele mediu o pH dela. Os outros, ele não chegou nem a verificar o pH depois do teste, mas você vê que ele tirou todos e deixou só o pH, a água de torneira. A água de torneira, com a influência do ganho de CO2, ela foi de 7,2 para 8,5, se eu não me engano. Vai mostrar aqui agora na tela. Né? E aí o que ele fez? O teste agora do Marius é o seguinte. Olha lá, a água foi de 7,2 para agora está 8,5 com a influência do gancho, do campo gigante. Então, essa água está com influência do gancho. Então, o que ele fez? Ele deixou essa água no centro para poder ver como influenciaria o campo do gancho que está nessa água nas águas do lado. Então, você vê o pH inicial da água da sua direita com azul mais escuro 9,5, o pH da esquerda 6,0. Obrigado, Dani.
Yes. So after 12 hours of the tap water being influenced by the CO2 plasma fields, I added next to it two more fresh water with pH of 9.5 and the 6.0 for another 12 hours.
Então ele fez esse processo, assim, deixar essas águas do lado durante o processo foi durante 12 horas que ele deixou essas duas águas perto da água que está plasmada, que é do centro. Está sob influência dos campos, né, na verdade.
I have done this experiment many times. Unfortunately, at that time in my house, children were playing, and my tripod that was holding my phone, which was filming, they have moved it a bit, and we didn't have the perfect conditions to create a very professional video, but I think this is
O
the
Mário está
best.
falando aqui que ele já fez outras vezes, né, esse experimento, né, mas não foi tão profissional assim o processo, porque tinha crianças brincando, mas ele fez o melhor dele aqui nessa apresentação.
But I think we should definitely create one for the Keshe Foundation TV.
That's very interesting. O Mário
So-
disse aqui que é definitivamente fazer um vídeo desse para a KFTV.
Yeah, so you can see the difference in this colors at the end. They're almost the same, and previously, which were one very intense blue to magenta, and the other one, which was almost green to a bit yellowish.
Então aqui vocês puderam ver nesse vídeo aqui como essa água do centro, né, só com a influência dos campos de CO2, que ela mudou muito o pH dela, né, de 7.8.5, e como no final aqui desse vídeo, com a influência dessa água do centro, eles se equilibraram, né? A água que estava bem azul, com pH 9.5, ela foi para um azul um pouco mais claro, e a água da esquerda que estava esverdeada, né, estava bem ácido, 6.0, ela foi para um azul mais forte.
I have done this experiment even at work. I have done this many times, but at work, I have put this one day on my desk, on my office desk, a few tap waters with different pHs and the CH3 GANs in the middle of them in a very similar setup. And my colleagues were able to see by the end of the day how these pH levels were being influenced.
Então o Mário diz que ele já fez esse teste outras vezes também, né? E ele fez inclusive com gangue CH3, no centro e tendo influência nas águas ao redor. Ele viu as pessoas que trabalhavam com ele, estavam próximos dele, conseguiram ver a alteração no pH das águas.
We tried this even with mineral water, and also we have put mineral water and different glasses in another side of the room to see that where there is no influence of the fields of CO2, nothing happens with them.
Also, with the mineral water, nothing happens with the influence of the fuels. That's correct?
The mineral water that was put in another place in the room, much farther away from the CO2 gas. But under the influence, it also was influenced, not by much, but it was like an almost alkaline water with bubbles.
Ok. Então, o Mário diz que ele também fez esse teste com água mineral, né? Ele colocou ela bem longe da influência dos campos, né? Não teve muita diferença quando ele colocou bem longe, mas quando ele colocou mais próximo, ele percebeu que teve uma influência também, mas uma alcalinizou e com mais certas bolhas que falou que formou na água.
Yes, so I haven't created this chain with many other loops. I just created one. So one glass of water that has been influenced by CO2 gas fields can charge itself with plasma fields and then can emit further away to influence other water bottles and glasses.
Então, esse foi o primeiro teste que o Mário fez e compartilhou aqui com a gente, que a conclusão é a seguinte, né? Você percebe que uma água que teve influência do Ganges, ela consegue manter aquela influência e mais, né? Ela consegue influenciar e emitir esses campos para as águas ao seu lado. E é o que aconteceu aqui, que foi a conclusão que chegou nesse primeiro teste, que é bem interessante.
This is about it with this video. If we can return to the presentation, the PowerPoint.
Então, Dariana, se puder voltar para o PowerPoint.
And if we can go to the next slide. So a few observations after this experiment. The first of all, it was easy to see how the pH values of water can be modified, mostly for waters with pH between 6 and 9.5. They all are brought to 8.5.
Então, uma das as observações que se teve dessa experiência aqui primeiro, né, a primeira delas foi a modificação dos valores de pH, né, as águas que estavam com pH de 6 até 9.5, todas elas se equilibraram, na verdade, né, todas as que estavam 9.5 foi para 8.5, as que estavam 6 foram para 8.5. Né, então, teve essa observação que todas se equilibraram.
Yeah, so whatever was underneath 8.5 was raised as a pH level value, and the ones above 8.5 were lowered to 8.5. So this is what I called the balance property of these plasma fields on water.
Então, o que foi percebido foi isso, né, como estava falando aqui, o Márcio também complementou, falando que acho que estava um pH 6, né, foi para 8.5, 9.5 foi para 8.5, então teve esse equilíbrio, né? Não é só um aumento que acontece, mas um equilíbrio que aconteceu, isso é muito interessante.
We also have observed a difference in the taste, the texture, and the power of penetration inside various tissues of this plasma water.
Então nós também observamos a mudança no gosto, na textura e no poder de penetração dentro dos tecidos, diferentes tipos de tecidos, né, com essa água de plasma.
For example, if you try to make regular tea and try to compare with putting tea, how to say it, very small tea pack inside a glass of plasma water, you will observe difference even with plasma water versus boiled water. So the plasma water gets most perfume, taste, color from these plants. For example, mint tea. You'll see a very great difference.
What's the main difference you felt?
Color, taste, and perfume.
Ok. E o Mário está compartilhando aqui, por exemplo, quando você vai fazer um chá, ele percebeu uma grande diferença que acontece quando é usado com água de plasma. Né? Você vê, tem uma diferença, por exemplo, no chá de menta que ele fez quando colocou o saquinho. Você percebe uma diferença no gosto, fica muito diferente. E no cheiro, no odor, fica muito diferente também. E na própria textura também. Então, e na coloração. Então, é perceptível isso, né, quando faz o chá.
Also, I forgot to mention, there's a greater speed of penetration of this plasma water inside of the tissues of the leaves of mint, and the essence is being extracted way much faster.
Então, a gente percebeu também quando faz o chá, por exemplo, que a intensidade de penetração dessa água nas folhas da menta, que foi feito o chá com folha de menta, é muito mais rápido. Então, ele extrai a essência da planta muito mais rápido, que foi percebido.
We have compared this even with honey, regular honey, dissolved into regular water and dissolved into plasma water. The same. The honey is being dissolved way much faster into plasma water.
Então, o que foi percebido isso também com o mel, perdão. E como foi testado com água de plasma, como ele dissolve muito mais rápido também quando é com água de plasma do que quando é com água normal.
So this is what I like to call microstructuring of water.
Isso é o que eu gosto de chamar de microestrutura da água que foi observada.
Then another property is the ORP, It's like the potential of oxidation reduction. So in my area, the water has a value of 400 plus, so it's a very oxidative water.
Então, uma outra coisa observada foi a modificação da potência da potência de redução da oxidação, né? Na região do Marius, ele fala que geralmente é 400, essa numeração dessa potência, que é considerado alta.
Yes, so by influencing water with CO2 gas, in 3 days, I was able to reduce this value to 170.
Então, ao usar a influência da água de plasma, né, depois de 3 dias, ele conseguiu diminuir para 170 esse valor.
It's not a negative value, but it's still a great step. Ideal was to obtain water with an ORP below 0.
Então, ainda dava para baixar mais, né, mas com 3 dias foi um avanço gigantesco, né, de baixar de mais de 400 para 170, que o ideal é ficar abaixo de 0, na verdade.
Yes, I was aiming to obtain antioxidant property of water.
Ele estava tentando alcançar uma propriedade antioxidante de água, né? Esse era o objetivo dele.
And I really must say that all these experiments that I have done are not professional. With the ORP device that I was able to measure these values, I had it just for a few days, so it wasn't enough time to create a more emphasized experiment.
Lembrando que nada disso foi feito de forma profissional, esses experimentos, né? Então, tinha muitos detalhes que daria para avaliar melhor, mas foi feito de uma forma mais amadora, vamos dizer assim.
Yes, but for me, it's enough, and I'm very pleased about the results.
Mas para mim é o suficiente, eu estou muito satisfeito com os resultados que a gente obteve.
So one more conclusion that we had was that the memory of water is brought to saturation when it starts, and then it starts emitting or radiating fields and properties and informations of the fields that was brought inside the memory of the water.
Então, o que foi percebido também foi notado que a memória da água foi trazida por uma saturação, né? Então ela começa a emitir e irradiar campos nessas propriedades. Então isso é muito interessante o que aconteceu, né? Ela conseguiu manter aqueles campos na água e conseguiu emitir os campos para as outras águas.
And I had a question for the public. What are we becoming by consuming this plasma water?
E eu tenho uma pergunta ao público. Se vocês quiserem, podem estar escrevendo no chat uma resposta se vocês tiverem essa pergunta, que é: o que é que nós estamos nos tornando ao consumir essa água de plasma?
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Se vocês quiserem responder, vocês podem escrever no chat também. Pode ir para o próximo, por favor.
Yes. Which is very important for Mr. Keshe, and he said this many times at the conference, to try to work with the plasma fields and try to observe them and how at our soul level we can interact with them.
Então, uma coisa que é muito importante que o Sr. Cat sempre colocou para a gente nessa última conferência, ele estava apontando isso o tempo todo para a gente, é começar a observar os campos de plasma e começar a perceber como a nossa alma interage, como pode modificar tudo com a interação da alma e observar isso.
He mentioned that we have done the nano layers, we have done the GANs, but it's time to move on and step up.
Então ele fala que a gente fez os nanorevestimentos ganhos, mas como o Sr. Keshe diz, agora é o momento de dar um passo mais adiante, de mover para perceber mais os campos.
I think and I believe I barely scratched the surface with these few slides that I am sharing with you right now, but I think it's the best I have as a non-professional in this area.
So a beautiful demonstration of raising up the pH, lowering the pH, all through fields. And as Mr. Keshe is trying to impress upon us that we can work with fields, we don't need the matter state as much. If I go back to this picture, and it was very interesting, it reminded me of a child who showed me an experiment that the teacher showed them in school. And what they did was, obviously, they used some food coloring, and they made one green, and they made one red, and they made one yellow, and they just connected in the matter state with a piece of paper towel. And over time, you could see the influence of the different colors migrating to the different cups. But of course, that's colors, and that's in the matter state. What he's done here is influenced a cup of water using the CO2 plasma water, and then that could also transfer its fields and do the exact same thing. And of course, we are made of GANs and fields, and we can also influence many things that we're not even aware of that we're probably doing unconsciously. So this is a beautiful example. And one of the ways, if you had a standard and then you had water that was influenced by CO2 water, the only way to tell the difference would be through the pH, I think, is one of the only ways to distinguish which would be the plasma water and which would be the sample. So this is a very matter state sort of way, but yet you can see the influence of the fields without using any matter there to explain it, just the pH indicator, which again goes purple when it's a high pH, or goes yellow, orange, or red if it's a low pH. But the fields brought everything back into balance. So let's see another example from the same Portuguese language community, where Liana made a presentation the following week. And let's just see again the influence of a nano-coated wire on a catchment tank. Again, interaction of fields, nothing but putting the magrev or the coil into a plastic bag and allowing it to float on a catchment tank, which left it moss-free, algae-free, and much of the sediment on the bottom, without really doing anything in the matter state, just using the fields. So let's go to that for a moment.
So I just said here that since you are in the Keshe Brazil Corona team on Telegram, for people, they can put the questions for you there also, and they can interact with you in the group. And we have
Absolutely.
temos o Mark aqui que está falando, vocês dois são uma inspiração para todos nós, obrigado. So we have Mark here from the UC support of English language saying, you've both inspired all of us, thank you. E temos uma pergunta aqui do Carlos que não ficou claro para mim. Talvez, Carlos, você puder elaborar melhor sua pergunta. Você falou pergunta sobre a purificação da água, mas o que você quer saber exatamente? Se puder ser mais específico, eu te agradeço. We have one question here in the chat that's from Carlos Eduardo. I asked him to put more clear his question because he just wrote here. Ask please about the water purification, but I don't know exactly what he wants to know. But if you want to say something about it or how it was made, the water purification, he wants to know.
Well, I wouldn't really personally say water purification, but I would say that all we do is put one nano coil hanging inside of a 10,000 gallon water catchment system, and it keeps the system from growing any algae or moss or odors, and any contaminants goes down to the bottom, and it all settles to the bottom, and the water stays clean on top.
So you just use basically the copper nano-coated, right? Inside a Ziploc.
Inside a Ziploc, yes.
And it could be any structure of a coil, but it happens to be a magrev coil in the system we have right now.
Oh, okay. Então, Carlos, respondendo sua pergunta, eles fizeram, na verdade, não fizeram uma purificação, né? Que eles não consideram uma purificação da água, mas um equilíbrio, de certa forma, e o resultado foi fantástico, né? Como eles falaram aqui, que eles já estão há 2 anos com água pura, sem usar nenhum tipo de química, mas eles usaram uma coisa bem simples. Eles pegaram uma bobina de cobre dando revestida no formato de uma grave, né? Que eles utilizaram porque era o que eles tinham na mão naquela época. Colocaram dentro do ziplock e colocaram dentro da caixa d'água deles. E aí eles perceberam isso que eles apresentaram aqui, que não tem mais odor, né, a água, não usa nenhum químico e tá muito pura, né, na verdade. Ok, então caso vocês tenham mais perguntas, né, que eu sei que foi uma apresentação bem extensa, então tem muita coisa para poder se perguntar. Como a Dariane colocou bem, né, foi legal que eles apresentaram vários aspectos do experimento, esperando a tecnologia em vários aspectos, né, do dia a dia, como a tecnologia pode ser efetiva em vários pontos, né. Então, vocês podem rever essa aula, claro, depois, que a gente vai postar no Telegram, mas também vocês podem estar colocando perguntas, como eu falei aqui no grupo do Telegram, para a Liane e para o Jed. Okay? So I was saying here that if anybody have more questions to put for both of you, they can put on the Telegram group Keshe Brazil Corona Team. And you are very welcome, always here. Thank you very much, Leana. And is Jed, I'm saying correctly your name?
Yes, that's correct, Jed. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Thank you for everything you guys are doing. We love you very much.
Thank you. Bless you all.
So again, we can see without any matter state involvement per se, even though, well, the nano is in another dimension, but just putting this, I thought he said a 10,000 gallon catchment tank. Now we know, Mr. Keshe says, working with the plasma is very easy. Working in the matter state is much more difficult. So if someone had to physically go down there and scrub out the tank, it would take a lot of work and a lot of energy to do that. Working with the plasma and the fields is very easy. Now, I left this picture up here, and I was wondering if anyone can explain exactly or some way of what we're seeing here. Are we seeing fields stuck in ice? Are we seeing air bubbles frozen in ice? I know, are these all magnetical fields coming out of the GANs? We know they have to be gravitational fields as well, returning back to the bottom, but it does look like they're all heading out. Would anyone like to share their impression of this? Normally, when I freeze ice, I haven't seen this, but I haven't put any GANs, actual GANs in the ice to freeze it. I've just used the plasma water in my ice trays, but I don't seem to get this sort of beautiful picture. And I've never tried it. Maybe I should, and I might see the same thing, but would anyone like to explain what we're seeing here? We're seeing fields. We're seeing some sort of suspension of something. They look uniformly and so on. But as Mr. Keshe said, in some of the newer technologies, or we're going to be just picking one of these fields to interact with. So as you can see, there's at least thousands of them here, and probably more we can't see. Would anyone like to explain more about what we're seeing? Fernando, your mic is open. Did you want to say something, or can I mute you?
Hi, do you listen me?
Yes.
Thank you. Just listening and sharing with you all these beautiful things. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Are you a part of another team?
Yes, a Latin American team,
Beautiful.
Mexico and all these places of the world. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us today. I haven't seen you in the list previously. But as we know, we're all getting more involved with the technology, and it's very inquisitive and fascinating, and so many things that we weren't aware that are present in our reality, although we're not aware of them as much. Well, we're aware of them more now than we used to be. just thinking in the matter state was our old way. But now we can think in the plasma or in the plasmatic way and can do the same type of work. It's just a matter of connecting and emitting or draining proper fields, which does take quite a bit of knowledge to do, but it's very simple in showing an experiment of how plasma, and we know the elevated pH of the water is quite helpful for you. I had always heard that disease thrives in a state of an acidic environment more than it does in an alkaline environment. And they always say to eat more salads than meat because you do create some sort of alkaline environment in the body. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But the plasma water will obviously create this higher pH, safe pH, and do work within the body itself to balance things out. So we've seen two beautiful examples of showing the interaction of fields. We didn't really see the catchment tank, but we heard Jed speak of it and how the matter or the particulate, or let's say the total dissolved solids, suspended solids in the water actually precipitate down to the bottom and they draw off the top of it. And the algae, the moss, and probably the slimes are not present and they don't grow. So those are two beautiful examples of using fields. And this is where we're moving into with the emotions and so on. Learning how to tap into the fields, to summon up fields, to give fields energy. We can transfer these fields across the planet. And of course, the universal body enhancement system works that way. The vertical enhancement system works that way. And so many of the technologies that we're being introduced to, like pain pens and pain pads and other things, alkalizers, work in exactly the same manner. It's all in the transfer of fields. So you are a walking unit, so to speak, depending on how you play the emotional aspect of it, I do believe. Now, it is Sunday, and normally we do spray on Sunday, but I think before we go to the spraying, let's go to the 393rd. I know there's a small tribute to Paul Hellyer, which I want to also thank Paul, because along the way, I didn't follow any of his teachings per se, but I've seen him on the circuit, and he encouraged me as well to think and understand that there's more to our world than we see with our naked eyes. And sometimes you see UFOs with your real eyes, but understanding more, I think he wanted all of us to know more about the totality. So I'm going to play that, and then we're going to go into a question from Mr. Keshe. We'll spend about 20 minutes there, and we'll come back, discuss that, and then the spraying that we're all taking part in. And again, we're trying to connect this all to see the spraying, what we're doing as far as introducing fields into the environment and intentions and balance. As we know, we're trying to create a balanced condition in the soul of this planet, which will also create a balanced condition in the inhabitants of the planet. So let's see if I can minimize this, and then we will go to the 393rd, which was just Thursday, and we'll hear a small tribute to Paul Hellyer, and then go into a question regarding this movement between the soul of the man, or the combining of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality.
Philip says it's a little broken, but Mr. Keshe said if you break through the light, so break through the light. So if you see the light of your soul, I think break through the light so that you see the light of your soul. Do you just stay there? And what's happening with your body when you're there witnessing this light of the soul?
Not much and a lot. In so many ways, we become aware of transition. We become in both dimensions when the soul expands and when the soul retracts. In a way, when the physicality takes over, the physicality from its sense of vision through the brain sees the transition, not with the eye of the man. Because the eye transfers the fields or whatever, and then we see it as visual dimension. When you go through the transition of the soul, is the part of the brain which responsible for what we call transition of light or information to knowledge of, okay, this what I see is a book or whatever, we call it a knowledge, acknowledging that what is being seen. In the transition of the soul of the man works with that part, not with the physical vision as we see it. So we become aware of it in both dimensions. When the soul expands and when the soul retracts to become what I call encaged in the other. In so many ways, it's, as I always say, it's like a sheepskin. You turn it inside out. What is out goes in, what is in goes out. And when the time is right, you do use it the other way. The vision of the expansion of the soul does not come through the eye of the man. It comes through the senses of the brain, which translates the information to what you call the transition. And in so many ways, dimension of physicality in its operation, when cannot exist, will merge inside the energies of the soul. In a way, it takes protection from what he has. And this is one of the biggest problems with the present man. As we are so physical, we want to be always in charge, in control. We don't allow the soul to show its beauty. It's a way of understanding of the work. And this is what we call the collaboration between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. And this is part of the teachings, that how for man to understand, to trust, to let the soul to expand, that he can protect it. It's just something we are afraid of till we go in it and there is no fear because we become familiar with it. And this is the part which is man, and with the teachings we try to bring into you to understand. And when this happens, do not look for a visual manifestation of a light or dark or whatever we hear people talk, but understand the transition over what we call another dimension of the sensation we are not familiar with at the moment, but we are aware of it and we live through it. This is what I said, there are many senses that man is not, we cannot explain, and in time will be added. And what I call the sense of vision, not the way you call it as vision, but the sense of vision in the plasma condition, the expansion of the soul of the man is very, very different than what we see with the eye, even though it's the same parameters. And this is part of what human race has to learn, that when such a thing happens, the soul is in charge. When such a thing happens, the physicality is in charge. And how do I work within each one? we talked about the disasters. If you suddenly find yourself surrounded in a forest with a fire, and in a physical dimension, you burn. And the soul is free. But if you have the knowledge, the capability to transform and cocoon the physicality within the fields of the soul, as a field extension, you can move it anywhere. And pop out on the other side of the forest when the fire is not, and it's clear. And then go to the transmutation. This is not something abnormal. Man and many of our ancestors who have been in touch with the civilization beyond this planet have seen it many times. It's now its turn for man to learn the process. And it's done through emotion, nothing else. And this is what we're trying to teach. When you look at the structure of the man in his brain, it's very simple. We all have it, but we have never used it. When you have the brain and you have the soul in the center, as long as all the energies of the soul, or majority of it, can be absorbed by the brain, you control, you dampen it, you blanket it. What about the point when you learn to do the other way? To feed from the physicality into the soul. That the soul expands and the brain of the man and the physicality is still intact, but the soul protects, expands its dimension. We do this when we are asleep. But in our sleep, we have learned a very clever way. We allow certain channels for our soul to open dimension of communication with outside or expand beyond. It's, if you look at a magnet, you have fields coming in and going out. In structure of our brain, we have manipulated, and then over time that we allow only these fields to go out. We block the others to keep the physicality and lock the soul in. And this is the process that we have to learn. And it's a process of individuality and collective work of the fields of the body of the man, be it the soul or the soul of physicality. And this is what we call the spirit and the soul. And how we separate them. And how we allow one to transmute within the strength, within one into the other dimension and come back. Where we see a dimension of physicality we want to manifest ourselves, we reduce, and now we become physical. And when we choose, in another point, we create the dimension of the soul as we like, even to the extent of clearing out most of the functionality of the brain. And then we, in so many ways, we take over. We choose. But when you do this, when you take to this position, then you have to supply enough that the physicality can keep on existing. That in a way, not the physical normal function of the brain, but the emotional function of the brain still exists, that you're aware of what's happening outside, but if need be, you can become physical dimension to see the outside. This is part of what we'll show with enhancement units, part of what we'll show with new technologies and sciences which will come. We show this transition because it's important for us to understand. And once this is shown, the dogma of the religions will finish. Because is the priest talking to the soul of the creator, or is the priest talking to physicality of the man? And these are the things which will come with education and understanding. And to us at this moment is abnormal, but when you understand, you work in two different dimensions, it will become very normal. To our new or next generation, some of us who become enlightened with the knowledge and the process of working with it. Just because the knowledge you don't understand does not mean it doesn't exist. And knowledge seekers have become very open-minded and understanding the physical transition between energy and matter. You understand and you can do. But when you want the soul to be in operation, the energies of it, not the soul itself, but when you want the energies of the physicality to be. But would we have eyes on the surface of another planet? Do we need it? Or the senses of our emotion, of our brain is good enough like a sonar to see everything with what I call the emotion of the vision of the soul of man. And very soon, majority of you knowledge seekers will reach that point. You are in the process of producing ganses without you knowing, that will reach to the point that it creates the emotion of what I call trust between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. And then we will see. I explained this to someone some times ago, maybe in different shape or forms, we can understand it. It's related to point of the trust of letting. Most of us have what we call a barrier. We don't let nobody passes that barrier. Could be 1 centimeter, could be 5 centimeters. And some of us are, we only allow certain people to shake hands with us, certain people to cuddle us, but we don't go beyond that point of cuddle, and we feel safe with it. And some of us, a certain point with the structure of a body of us, we allow what I call having a closer relationship. We decide on a matter of trust how much we allow who to be. On the street, somebody knocks you, say sorry, because you intrude into what they didn't want to share. And you can knock to someone on the same street, but it's a friend, and it turns out, oh, it's you, and you get a cuddle and kiss for it. And the same one, we knock on the street, shoulder by accident, and you end up being our lover. We decide the process of accessibility and process of emotion acceptance. And this is what we have to do between our soul and the soul of physicality. the trust. At the moment, human beings are the ones who are knocking on the street and sorry, I'm on my own, you're not allowed in. We're trying to create that position gradually, that when you knock somebody on the shoulder by accident, walking, then you find out it's a friend. You cuddle, you kiss. You're there for me as much as I'm there. And then we have to move to a position that we become lovers. That the other become more important than me. In a way, as I said, in the forest position with the fire, I love the physicality of what I've created, that I stand out to protect it. And when the soul is in a position of not wanting to be, I take the position of what I call physicality. Man at the moment is in that knocking shoulder on the body on the street and still having the fear of trusting to be a friend. And this is where we are in this cycle of man. And this is what with education we're trying to bring you to understand. What you have ignored is a friend you need. If you're going to go and find the love of Creator to become a lover. And this is where the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation sits. Allowing the man in the dimension of physicality to meet his Creator through the dimension of his emotion, or what we call without tangibility and physicality, but in the dimension of the fields of the emotion. And then when the man falls in love with his Creator through the dimension of his soul, that man has the freedom of to be what he wants to be at any point. Physical dimension or dimension of fields of energy, as we call the soul. And this is a process we all have to learn if we would like to go through that transition. We go to churches, we go to mosques and pray to help or see the Creator. But it's us who has engaged the soul, who has the capability to be in touch with the Creator. We have put it in prison and we would like to be able to dance with it, but we're standing outside the prison and we are the prison keeper. To enjoy, to be able to enjoy your prisoner, you have to let him out to be there on the dance floor to dance with you. And this is where the fear of man is. And this is an emotional love, which comes from the interaction of the field of the two, that you're always afraid that if the soul takes over, the physicality dies, where it's actually in reverse. When the soul takes over, the physicality gets a chance to survive. And this lack of trust in one's existence is what the others use to abuse the man in the dimension of physicality. When we shall meet with the world leaders and the religious leaders, we will ask for the rope and the turban. Does not matter what they wear, because they'll be enlightened to the truth, not to our presence. And this is what you shall see in the coming time, when the conditions are made that the man becomes enlightened through his own knowledge and not by control of the others, be it the physicality of the man or be it on the banner of any religion. You shall see this very soon, sooner than you ever expected. As I said to a very religious guy, very recently. Very soon, the churches and the mosques which are created to shackle the man to fear of Creator become the school where they teach the man how to become free. The same building, the same structure, the same man, but instead of frightening him from his existence, it will enlighten him to see his Creator through the right way, to build trust between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. And then you will see the changes. Any other?
So we've just had a beautiful teaching. And this is one of the reasons for the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, is to allow us to build trust between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, not to be afraid of the Creator. This is another dimension of sensation that we're not really aware of. And now it's man's turn to learn this process. And again, it's a process and we're being brought along to do this, but you can see how if you can move out of a forest fire, you can probably move across a state. If you can move across the state, you can move across the country. If you can move across the country, you can move across the planet. But again, it's a process and we're not there yet. And if you can move across the planet, certainly you can move across the universe. Now, if you'd like to take the UFO, you're welcome to it, or the jumbo jet. But this is the more advanced and I'd say safer way of learning how to travel and to position yourself and to manifest yourself at any point in the universe. So these technologies are just being introduced, even though in the past it was said that those people who have interacted with other civilizations off the planet have learned to do this. They weren't successful at teaching it, but they did learn to do it. So this is where the entire structure here, and he said many knowledge seekers will learn to do it. We all have these capabilities. So we're learning to trust between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. I've been just trying to put energy into my soul from my brain, just imagining energy going into the soul, and the soul didn't take over that I know of, but I'm just sort of practicing it in a way to see. I've never really thought of it that way. It's always taking, but now I'm thinking I can put some energy into the soul and allow it to expand. And again, we need to learn more about this, but that's what we're here for. Would anyone like to comment on that? Sorry, I didn't get to play, and I think we will at the end with Mr. Hellier. I think it was at 221 minutes. Yes, it is. So we'll save this near the end. I think I have something else. We're going to play Azar's question as well at the end. But would anyone like to make any comments? It's a beautiful future. And it doesn't take a passport, or it doesn't take a plane or anything like this to start moving around once we've learned how. And he said, we're making ganses unbeknownst to us to accomplish something along these lines. So we're being brought along slowly but steadily into this knowledge, which is a great, great, great knowledge to be in possession of.
I have something I need to share.
Oh, of course. Who's speaking?
Okay, sorry, Diane from BC, Canada. Sorry, I'm nervous.
I thought you were in the United States, Diane, all this time.
Pretty close. I'm in southern BC.
Yeah, well, we'll all be at one planet, one nation, one race for world peace.
Yeah, I'm on Earth.
Go ahead.
I
Please
wrote,
feel free.
sorry, I'm very nervous. I wrote it out and then I'm just gonna go silent because.
It's okay. Just take your time. We're all here to support you and your ideas and your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I was participating in a meditation with a medicine man and 8 to 9 others. I was in lotus position. with my eyes closed. Within the first minutes of the meditation, a bright white light with a side of blue flooded my head. Of course, I freaked out quietly. I opened my eyes and everyone else was still sitting, eyes closed, and the medicine man was still leading the meditation. And that's it. That's the experience I had. Is that explainable?
Yes, in a way, but Mr. Keshe, when answering Azar's question, he says we don't have to seek out these gurus and medicine men and different people like this. It's all contained within ourselves. I don't know his exact wording, but he was indicating that to Azarjan.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That was when my son was like 5, he's 24, so.
Oh, that was quite
That was a while ago. Yeah,
and stayed with you very
yeah,
strongly.
I'm sure I relayed the experience because I ended up living with the medicine. I explained the experience to him, but I can't remember what he said. And I told the experience to my daughter and my friend, but I could never understand. I never, until I heard, like I was just reviewing that thing because because of what I experienced. I didn't hear it that night because I only listened for the first 2 hours, if that.
Sure.
And I was tired, so I had to go to sleep. But,
sure. That's
so
a very nice breakthrough.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I wished I knew more, but I'm learning more, I guess.
We all are. We all
Yeah.
are. And we're being brought along. This is a process. And again, as he said, and I can't think of what teaching it was, but Raphael had played it maybe 2 weeks ago. Was it 383? I'm not sure which one it was, but where Mr. Keshe went into more detail about why he's created, one of the reasons why he created this universal body enhancement spaceship unit is for us to be able to experience this and start to build up this trust of realizing that you will not die. You're actually protecting, learning how to protect the physicality in any way, from a fire, from an accident or something else. I'm not exactly sure if, and again, the soul can see forward. So if there was a car accident, perhaps you would be able to, if there was no way to avoid it, you could actually surround yourself with the soul and then transmute back in. And that's what happens apparently in some of these horrendous crashes where you see the person walk away and you say, how could anyone walk out of a car that way? Well, this is exactly what the soul did. It wasn't time for that person to separate, or the agreement wasn't there to separate at that time. So you see the physicality perfectly intact, or maybe just a few bangs and bumps, as Elias had told us when he had his little bicycle accident there. And he landed and ended up quite safe. So yes, beautiful teaching. This is the knowledge that's being brought forth in the Keshe Foundation. And now we can understand a little bit more how you can go to the moon in a minute or within an hour. And perhaps they will use the UFO at first, and because everybody, again, wants the matter state, because that's the reality. But they will be brought along and develop this knowledge as well. Apparently the next generation will be able to do it pretty quickly and understand it pretty quickly. So this is why it's going to be hard to keep so many people on this planet. And as was indicated, half of the population by 2050 may not be here. But you'll be somewhere in the universe doing something in the universe, depending on where you feel comfortable and where you'd like to manifest. And carrying this knowledge with you to share and to try and elevate the others with it who don't quite understand this yet. I'm not exactly sure how all this is going to pan out, but we are going to be delivering this knowledge across the universe to unify the Unicos.
If you want to go there, don't teach too much, Mark.
I'm not teaching anything at all. I'm
Be
just
careful.
sharing.
Be careful. You will stick here with us.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Some of us will still have to be here to take care of some of the people, the elderly, and make sure all their needs. So yes, maybe the knowledge seekers will be able to play with this, but won't actually depart permanently until other things are in position. Again, this is all sort of brand new in a way, even though we're doing it when we dream. But somehow we're able to confine the soul to only connect in a certain way. But now we're going to develop this trust. And I've also often thought about that, the physicality dying, and, you know, but now we know it does not. It's encompassed or cocooned within the soul. So tremendous, beautiful, and a great way to move about this planet and the universe once we've learned this. And we've always had this capability. That's the astonishing thing. We thought it was something special, and it is something special, but it's all knowable. It just needs to be taught and worked on. So we have a great future, unbelievable things that are going to take place. Jalal, we already know you're staying. So we're going to need a lot of teachers and a lot of helpers and a lot of people that can meet the needs of others, I would imagine. Today is Sunday, and of course, I was trying to stress the idea of the fields and using the fields. And this is one of the things we do on Sunday. So let me just bring this up. I'm sure Alex is waiting in the background here, but let's go to this workshop. And I didn't have time. I wanted the one where Mr. Keshe read the Dome of Peace, but I didn't really have time to pull it up. So this is in English. Now, this is an international meeting, and I was thinking, if there's anyone who speaks a different language, even if you speak 2 or 3 languages and you'd like to deliver it in another language, please feel free. And then I will read the final one in English, but that doesn't mean you're precluded from reading it in English as well. Today is the day that at 6 or noon CEST, 6 a.m. or noon CEST, that people will take the plasma water and spray it liberally around the planet. It's a great movement. We're using fields and intentions. Even though we're using the water as a carrier, I think our intentions is a bigger part of it, because we put our intentions into the fields to bring a permanent feature of peace on this planet. So would someone like to read it in German, perhaps? Mandarin? Spanish? Portuguese? Whatever your language is. Alex, do you speak Canadian? Or French Canadian? Would you like to put it in there? How about Diane? You must speak another language. And each language has its own field strength. So that's why I thought we just listen to the different languages. Dan, you can deliver in Romanian. Could we have a volunteer to get us started?
I would like to read it in
John.
Spanish for you, but
Yes.
I'm trying to look for it in Spanish. Has somebody got it at hand?
I don't. Perhaps Alenka?
O Liliana. Liliana, ¿tienes
Liliana.
el Domo de la Paz a mano?
Sorry, I don't have it in Spanish.
Hola John, ¿quieres el explayado de hoy?
El Domo de la Paz, sí, lo tienes la versión en castellano, en español.
¿En español? Sí,
Sí.
el de el que
Lo que
hizo
está en la
Ángel.
imagen acá.
En español, sí.
Lo podría poner y lo leo.
Ok, sí. Permítame tantito.
¿Dónde lo tienes? ¿En Telegram?
¿Te lo paso por Telegram?
Sí, mejor, más fácil.
Are you going to attempt this, John? I think you can translate it directly, no? From just read your English and Spanish is so good.
Yeah, but I translate concepts, not words.
Got it.
That's my difficulty, and it's very slow for me. That's why I don't do the simultaneous translation. I try to avoid it.
Dan, would you start us off in Romanian if you can open your mic while John is looking for, or Liliana is looking for the Spanish one?
Okay, I will try in a list in Romanian. If you want also in Italian or perhaps somebody else.
Sure, sure. Why don't you do both? Let's hear the different variations and sense with our emotions, the different field strengths of the languages.
Okay, if you allow me, I will try in the Romanian. Or perhaps Salomea is able to sing in the Romanian.
Okay.
Depend of Salomea if you wish.
Yes, please feel free, everyone, to open your mic and contribute. This is something very simple, and it'll get us a little bit more active and exercise your voice a bit and your confidence. Solomia, are you with us? I know you came in a while ago. Let me just scroll down in the list. Yes, she's here, but again, sometimes people can't get to their microphones. They may be busy in the background. So Dan, why don't you start us off? However you choose.
I will live in Romanian from Salomea. I will try perhaps in the Italian.
Perfect.
Ok. Domo della pace. È scritto da signor Keshe. Vi prego, ricordate ogni domenica da adesso in poi fino a quando noi alziamo l'anima di questa pianeta per essere una pianeta pacifica. Ricercatori di conoscenza dalla fondazione Keshe Foundation, spruzziamo con l'acqua del Gans intorno alle ore in mezzogiorno del Central European Time e alle 6 di pomeriggio ogni domenica in lo stesso tempo per essere in questo tempo vicino a questo tempo, dipende da dove sei. Ringraziamo a tutti i partecipanti di questo grande progetto, questo grande movimento per l'anima dell'uomo, per portare la pace in questa pianeta come un futuro permanente e per una vita a tutto quello che è in vita in questa pianeta. Questa sarà in italiano. Sorry, this is let's say in Italian, in my Italian from Rusty Italian.
So that goes to the Italian language community as well as to the Vatican.
The Italian group is making better of my Italian.
Thank
in
you,
Spanish
Dan.
abbiamo, we have in Spanish Alenka, John, Liliana, or somebody else can read it in the Spanish.
Okay.
I can do the Spanish one.
Oh, great, Patricia, thank you. Thank you, Dan.
El Domo de la Paz, del señor Keshe. Por favor, recuerden que este domingo, igual que todos los domingos de ahora en adelante, vamos a elevar nuestra alma en este planeta de paz. La Fundación Keshe de Buscadores de Conocimiento a nivel mundial rociarán sus aguas de Gans alrededor de todo el mundo a las 12 p.m. hora central europea o a las 18 horas hora central europea todos los domingos a la misma hora. Ellos escogerán cuál de los dos horarios les sirve mejor. Gracias por participar en este gran movimiento del alma del hombre para traer la paz en este planeta en una manera permanente para la vida en paz en este planeta.
Gracias, mi amor.
You're welcome.
Andreas.
Mark?
Yes, go right ahead. I was hoping Andreas would join us. Oh, Shweta, yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mark. Salams, namaste, salute. I want to read in Hindi language.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. So I'm starting. शांति का डोम मिस्टर केशे द्वारा। कृपया याद रखिए कि हर रविवार हर रविवार आज ही से अभी से जब तक कि इस पूरे ग्रह का पृथ्वी ग्रह का की आत्मा का संपूर्णतया शांतिपूर्ण उन्नयन हो, जो कि केशे फाउंडेशन के ज्ञान अनुसंधानियों द्वारा पूरी दुनिया में एक गांस का पानी जो कि छिड़का जा रहा है इस डोम को बनाने के लिए पूरी दुनिया में छिड़का जा रहा है, जिसका समय 12 बजे रात PM सेंट्रल यूरोपियन टाइम के अनुसार है और 18 PM सेंट्रल यूरोपियन टाइम के अनुसार है और संडे को है। और आप इसे अपनी तरह से टाइम को समय को सेट कर सकते हैं, उसका ठीक से अनुमादन कर सकते हैं। और ये हर संडे हर रविवार को ये होता है दोनों टाइम, और पूरी दुनिया से ज्ञान अनुसंधानी लोग इसे स्प्रे करते हैं। समझिए ये एक संपूर्ण समर्पण है उस डोम के उसको तैयार करने का जो शांतिमय है, और इसी समय और ये दोनों समय हमेशा एक जैसे रहते हैं। आप अपनी तरह से इसे देखिए या समय को अपनी तरह से इस्तेमाल कीजिए, किस समय आप इस पे रहना चाहते हैं। शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद आपको आपका यहाँ इस महा अभियान में भाग लेने के लिए, जहाँ मनुष्य की आत्मा इस ग्रह की शांति की उन्नयन के लिए हमेशा के लिए ये ग्रह शांतिमय हो, इसके लिए प्रचेष्टा है सब इंसानों की आत्माओं द्वारा, मनुष्यता की आत्माओं द्वारा, और हर प्राणी जो इस ग्रह में रहता है उसके लिए ये संपूर्णतया समर्पण है। शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद। Thank you, dear Mark.
Very professional. Thank you. I see has her mic open. I think she wants to practice her German, perhaps.
I will try and translate. I don't have the text in German, but I'll try and translate.
Very well. Thank you.
Die Kuppel des Friedens von Herrn Keshe. Bitte erinnere dich diesen und jeden Sonntag von nun an, bis wir die Seele dieses Planeten in einen friedvollen Planeten erhoben haben. Erinnere dich daran, mit den anderen Wissenssuchern der Keshe Foundation auf der ganzen Welt das Ganzwasser zu versprühen, und zwar um 12 Uhr mittags oder um 18 Uhr mitteleuropäische Zeit. Also jeden Sonntag zur gleichen Zeit die Gruppe gemeinsam wählt. Danke für eure Teilnahme an dieser großen Bewegung der Seele des Menschen, um Frieden auf diesen Planet zu bringen als eine permanente Eigenschaft für das Leben dieses Planetens. Danke.
Danke. Very nice.
Danke.
Thank you. Yes, Andreas was going to do it. I think he also speaks German.
You were 3 seconds faster than me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
Very
you.
Nice. Very nice. I see Salamia has her mic open. And is there something you wanted to add, or would you like to do it as well?
Yes, please. I was asked by Dean from Romania to do it in Romanian, if it's possible.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure. Yes.
And my Romanian colleagues will be very happy to hear in Romanian.
I think they will.
I'll show them next time for next Sunday. Domnul Păcii, trimis de domnul Keshe. Vă rog să vă amintiți ca în fiecare duminică și în fiecare duminică de acum înainte să elevăm sufletul acestei planete pentru a avea o planetă pacifică. Fundația Keshe, cu toți căutătorii cunoașterii ai acesteia din întreaga lume, vor înșpreia apă de gans în jurul lumii. Începând cu ora 12 și ora 18, deci de 2 ori pe zi, în fiecare duminică, în același timp. Deci timpul este Central European Time, adică ora Londrei. Și fiecare își va alege timpul care îi convine. Vă mulțumesc pentru participare în această mare mișcare a sufletului, al sufletului omului, să aducă pace pe această planetă ca un viitor permanent al vieții pe această planetă. Vă mulțumesc. Thank you very much.
Very sweet. Thank you, Salamia, which we know means peace. Jalal, would you represent or deliver this to the Arabic language community if you're able to open your mic?
Yes, give me 2 minutes to translate it to Arabic because of the grammar.
Okay, I think there's someone else who'd like to present. Did we have anyone from the Portuguese language community who'd like to read this? Raphael, are you available, or anyone else from that community? Or if you're from another community, feel free just to open your mic and read it. You never know who's going to listen to these and who may make a breakthrough just by your reading of this request. While we're waiting for Jalal to come back, he should be here shortly. Is there anyone?
Mark, I will read it in Bengali also as a part of Bengali.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. কৃপা করে এটা মনে রাখবেন যে আজ এই রবিবার বা আসছে সবই রবিবার, আপনারা যাতে আজকের থেকে অতক্ষণ অবধি যতক্ষণ এই গ্রহের আত্মার উন্নয়নের শান্তিময় উন্নয়নের দরকার, ততদিন অবধি যারা কেএফ নলেজ সিকার বা জ্ঞান অনুসন্ধানী যারা পুরো পৃথিবীতে যারা আছে, যারা এই গানসের পানি ছড়াচ্ছে এই ডোমের পিস ডোমের জন্য, যেটাকে আমরা বলি ডোম অফ শান্তির ডোম, যেটা আমাদের যেটা দিয়ে প্রস্তুত করা হয়েছে মিস্টার কেশের থেকে দ্বারা এসছে। তো এই ঘটনাটা এই হচ্ছে কি, আপনারা এই পানিটা সবাই জ্ঞান অনুসন্ধানী হিসাবে পুরো পৃথিবীতে ছড়াতে পারেন, যেটার সময় হচ্ছে 12টা PM সেন্ট্রাল ইউরোপিয়ান টাইম আর 18 PM সেন্ট্রাল ইউরোপিয়ান টাইম। প্রত্যেক রবিবার সে একই সময় আপনারা নিজেরা এটা নিজের হিসাবে অনুবাদন করতে পারেন বা ভেবে নিতে পারেন কোন সময় আপনারা এই গানসের পানি ছড়াতে চান বা সমর্পণ করতে চান, প্রত্যেক পুরো মনুষ্যতার জন্য যেরকম আপনারা সুবিধা পাবেন। শুকরিয়া, ধন্যবাদ আপনাদের এই মহা অভিযানে ভাগের ভাগ নেওয়ার জন্য, যাতে যেতে মানুষের আত্মা ততক্ষণ অবধি এই জিনিসটা করতে থাকবে যতক্ষণ কি এই পৃথিবীতে শান্তি সব সময়ের জন্য থাকবে। আর এটা প্রত্যেকটা প্রাণী এই গ্রহের মধ্যে যারা আছে তাদের জন্যও লাগু হয়। শুকরিয়া, ধন্যবাদ। থ্যাংক ইউ মা।
Very well. Very nice. Anyone else who would like to deliver something? Oh, I see a Swiss person here, perhaps.
Yes, but he would do it in Dutch if is okay.
Oh, sure. Francine
Mark.
is also has her mic
Yes.
open. What language would you like, Francine?
Also Dutch.
And you can do ladies first.
Ladies first. Very well.
Thank you. De vredeskoepel van de heer Keshe. Denk er alsjeblieft aan deze zondag en elke zondag vanaf nu, totdat we de ziel hebben van deze planeet hebben verheven tot een vredesvolle planeet. Keshe Foundation kenniszoekers wereldwijd zullen gans water verspreiden rond de wereld om 12 uur 's middags en of 6 uur 's avonds. Elke zondag op dezelfde tijd die ze kunnen kiezen, welke tijd hen het beste past. Bedankt om deel te nemen in deze grootste beweging van de ziel van de mens om vrede te brengen op deze planeet, als een permanente toekomst van leven op deze planeet. Thank you.
Very nice. I see Mernez has joined us. Mernez, if you have a mic, we're reading the Dome of Peace in the various languages. Would you like to read in French or Farsi or both? If you could help us. I see your mic is open, but we're not hearing you yet. Thank you so much, Francine.
Hello?
Yes, here you are.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, with pleasure. I start with
Jalal's
Farsi.
going to do the Arabic. You could do the Farsi and the French, I believe.
Okay, no problem. I do
You're
anything for you.
Just right in time. You came in just right in time.
Okay. So, لطفاً به یاد داشته باشید که هر یک شنبه و هر شنبه از حالا تا وقتی که ما روح بشر رو در این کره خاکی به حد کره صلح برسانیم، دانشجویان بنیاد کشه در تمام دنیا آب پلاسمای گنز رو در تمام دنیا میپاشن به اطراف از ساعت 12 یا ساعت 6 یا هر دو در هر یک شنبه در یک لحظه و شما هر ساعتی که میخواین میتونید انتخاب کنید. خیلی متشکرم برای اینکه در این برنامه بسیار بزرگ برای روح بشریت شرکت میکنید که ما بتونیم صلح رو برای بشریت به طور دائمی برای زندگی بشر بیاوریم.
Thank you. This helps us to unite the languages and the people.
I hope. In French also?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So many people here speak multiple languages. It's very beautiful to hear you.
Veuillez souvenir que chaque dimanche et samedi, depuis maintenant jusqu'à élévation de l'âme de planète, pour accepter une planète avec la paix, le Fondation Keshe, the Knowledge Seeker, they spatter, ils mettent l'eau de plasma, ils sprayent l'eau de plasma dans la nature autour d'eux à midi 12h ou à 18h après-midi. Et ça, c'est tous les dimanches jusqu'à on arrive à arriver à cette paix. On vous remercie pour participer à ce très grand événement pour la paix de l'humanité et on espère qu'on amène la paix sur Terre de manière permanente pour vivre dans cette planète. Merci.
Oui, oui.
Très bien, monsieur.
Okay. Jalal, can we hear from you? Are you ready, or is Jefferson ready to deliver it in Portuguese?
Hello, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I will make it in Portuguese. It was away. O Domo da Paz, de Mr. Keshe. Por favor, lembre-se, este domingo e todos os domingos de agora em diante, até que nós consigamos elevar a alma deste planeta a um planeta pacífico. Os buscadores de conhecimento da Fundação Keshe irão, em volta de todo mundo, espalhar e espirrar água de gans em volta do mundo, ao meio-dia e às 6 horas da tarde, horário europeu. Todos os domingos, na mesma hora, como eles escolham fazer, ou a hora que melhor ajuste entre esses horários. Obrigado por participar neste momento maior, pela alma do homem, para trazer a paz neste planeta como uma condição permanente da vida de paz nesse planeta. That's it.
Perfect. I always hear you speaking in English. I very rarely, except when Raphael translates for you, hear you speak in the Portuguese language. Jalal has his mic open. Jalal, are you ready to deliver?
Yes, Mark. قوة السلام من قبل السيد كاش. تذكر رجاء من هذا الأحد وكل أحد من الآن وصاعدا ولغاية الارتقاء بروح الكوكب إلى كوكب سلام. باحثي مؤسسة كاش على نطاق العالم سوف يقومون برش ماء البلازما حول العالم في تمام الساعة 12 بتوقيت الأوروبي أو الساعة 6 مساء بالتوقيت الأوروبي كل يوم أحد في هذا الوقت أو أي وقت يناسبكم. شكرا جزيلا للمساهمة في هذه الحركة العظيمة من قبل روح الإنسان لجلب السلام إلى هذا الكوكب وجعله مستقبلا سلاما دائما للحياة على هذا الكوكب. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Are you fluent in any other languages you'd like to deliver here?
Me, not.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to deliver something in a different language that we haven't heard from yet, or in the same language we have heard from if you're led to deliver it? I think we've covered half of the world.
I wish someone from Hebrew here. That would be great.
Very much so. Perhaps the next time. Anyone else? Does anyone speak French Canadian that could deliver this? I know we have Alex. Demitar, are you in Bulgaria or are you in Romania, perhaps? I don't know if you may be at work and not able to open your mic. I just thought we'd try this today for something a little bit different. And as I said, you never know who's going to be listening at what time, or even overhear someone listening to this presentation, and it will click with that person. Anyone else before I read it in English? Very well. The Dome of Peace from Mr. Keshe. Please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GAN's waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. And I did say 6 a.m., but that's my time. I usually go off of the 12 noon, and for me, I'm 6 hours behind the CET time. So I think we've delivered this to many language communities around the world today. And I think many of us have sprayed the GAN's waters today. And please feel free to participate in this greatest movement by the soul of the man, as you choose to do. So thank you all for participating. I just thought we'd get our voices a little bit active. I'm sure.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Jamal.
That is a beautiful move from your side.
Yeah, I thought of that the other day in the One Planet show, that I thought we could all, and if we had someone from the Mandarin community, I think we'd reach 3/4 of the planet at this point, but we're reaching them anyway on the field level, and we're reaching the soul of this planet through the spraying of these waters. Again, it's this field transformation that Mr. Keshe is trying to emphasize to us. We can drop the matter state and we can play in the field level. So it's great that we're learning these things and we're going to develop these things. Anyone else would like to read it in a language that you may know that you didn't hear? And if not, I think we can go straight to Alex, because if he hasn't quit by now, he's ready to deliver. Alex, did we put you to sleep or are you enjoying the show?
No, you are only how much? 2 hours behind?
Let's see if Alex is ready. Yes, his mic just opened. So I think he is ready to go. But okay, yeah, there you are on the other system as well. I thought perhaps you may have checked out for a minute.
Good day, Mark. Good day, everybody. Mark, can you cue up the disclaimer for me, please?
Right away. Let me just bring it back to the beginning. And let me turn.
I think you are going heavy here, huh?
How do you mean?
No, Alex.
Okay, and let me just adjust the volume. For some reason, this one comes in quite loud. So here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now hopefully we can hear from Alex Skoric. We've played the disclaimer and we do see your screen. Thank you very much, Alex, for coming in today and sharing knowledge in this platform.
Well, I want to thank you very much for this beautiful introduction to a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. And Jalal, you guessed right. I have a little special presentation today, special for me. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. So I want to welcome everyone from the international community. This is the North American Corona team meeting on Sunday afternoon. And we have turned into, as Mark has shown, into an international community. And this is a wonderful thing. And there's a lot that's going on. We can say that this is where the science meets the soul of man for peace. And so I'd like to do a little nostalgia, if I may. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. The subject is plasma science. We're doing an advanced understanding. And so we're going to go into our yellow submarine today. My name is Alexander, I'm from Canada. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. What we've been trying to do, and we started with the Brazilian community last October, is we got into basic teaching. And we're starting to see the fruits of that, shall we say, planting of a crop there, because we can't discuss a subject if we don't have the terminology. So that was kind of the beginning. And a lot of people, they just wanted to know about the cups of life. So we did that. And then we moved on to some intermediate teaching and advanced teaching. But all of that was really just an extension of the basic teaching. And then we decided to move into basic understanding. And as you can see, the subjects listed here, we need to move on. We went into intermediate understanding and we brought in some more subjects, reviewed some of the old subjects, brought in some new subjects. We have to remember there are millions of people who still don't know about this technology. So we have new students all the time coming. We have mature students who need to be refreshed in their knowledge. And then both groups have a possibility for moving into the teaching domain. We need many, many teachers. And we're starting to see the fruits of that as well, coming from many, many sides, and it's most welcome. We've now moved into advanced understanding. And although we say it's advanced understanding, we have a long way to go to catch up to Mr. Keshe. One of the advantages that I have, I guess notwithstanding the age, is that I have context. And so I'd like to share that context with you today. We got into the advanced understanding and completed the stacker unit. This is the precursor for the cup of the universe. We have some subjects to discuss in between. But before we get to that, we'd like to review some history. We need to get into our yellow submarine and find out what's going on. So we're going to go through a review here, because review is always good. Gives us a chance to use our terminology. We need to be able to use this in different sentences, different context, and we need to make it part of our regular language, so that we can get to the ideas that are the substructure behind that, the motivations, the concepts, the dimensions and geometries of susceptibility. And today we're going to talk about a very significant susceptibility. All of this susceptibility is a reflection of energy in motion. And when energy is in motion, it has a charge. And that charge is either magnetic or gravitational. And so this is the dynamism of the plasma science. And we talk about dynamism in a certain context as transcendence. But for the people in the Yellow Submarine, transcendence meant something else. We had gurus that we had to follow. And that was kind of exciting because, especially for the North American crowd, that was foreign. But we have an international community that is actually quite well educated. And the revelation actually for the North American community is this very fact. Unless you're a world traveler, you have no idea what's going on the other side of the world. And frankly, we're missing out an awful lot. And we're still missing out an awful lot. But, there's a word that's called advanced technology. And we don't really know what that means until we run into advanced technology. And this is what Mr. Keshe in book number 1 was trying to put forward, the universal order of creation of matter. And we've discussed that and made it part of our terminology. We got involved with the structure of light. That was book number 2. And we're trying to understand the origin of the universe as it relates to the creation of matter and the structure of light. And this is a really difficult concept because it's starting to ask questions that we didn't ask. And this is different from allowing the unallowable. There are many questions that we have, but we don't know who to ask. So there are a lot of experts who step forward. And are they really experts when they can't explain the creation of the universe? And so fundamentally and very easily, the universe exists from energy. Energy is a charge in motion, and it's always in motion. And as we can see in the cover of book number 1, we have a plasmatic condition where different field forces come together in a balanced position, which we call a maggrav. And then on the picture on the right, we see that things work in combination. So we have 2 magravs with an infinity loop. And infinity loops have a lot of mystique to them, don't they? So this is what we call principal matter. And it comes from the PM text, which is energy in motion throughout the universe. And the PM texts interact. And they interact and they create force fields. And then these force fields create a maggrav, which is a balance condition. And with respect to this, we ask ourselves the question, what is your point of view with respect to this? And the reason we asked this is because we didn't know we had another point of view. We didn't know that we had turned our backs on the source of our origin, because the source of our presence was the only thing that mattered. And then we find there's a lot of things that matter. And it's kind of interesting. When I was a teenager, we were talking about seniors. And in our lingo, anyone over 30 was a senior. And so kind of life was divided into under 30 and over 30. You have to understand, when we were teenagers, we were really smart. Just let's review plasma science. It is magnetical forces of attraction and repulsion. So as we go through life, we ask ourselves, what are we attracted to and what are we repelled from? And how does that relate to science? Well, science is fundamental in terms of its attraction and repulsion characteristics, but we have to understand that there is always that basis. There is always that foundation. So we take that for granted, you see, because the magnetical gravitational forces are the residue beyond the amalgamation of forces of the attraction and repulsion. The balance of the attraction and repulsion creates a maggrav. It is from that creates a plasma field. And it's from that we determine whether or not it's magnetical or gravitational. So we summarize kind of our gravitational and magnetical forces as being either attraction or repulsion. And so when we repel something, we kind of divert the energy away from us. But when we attract the energy, we like to converge that energy back to us. And this was the essence of the cups of life. The beauty of the cups of life, I don't think has been thoroughly understood. But now, thanks to propaganda, I guess, thanks to the suppression of information, I'm not making commentary on that. It's a fact of life. After 20 months, we're still talking about this. But the cups of life are not the cup of the pandemic. They are the cup of life. And there's certain elements in our life that are absolutely important. So when we look at cup number 1 and how it's constructed, and we need to review, we need to repeat, and we need to get this out even more now than ever, because the zinc plates and the copper coil coming together with the nano-coated copper coil inside the cup, as we understand, creates a magnetical field and creates a gravitational field. And this cup is a cup of life, and it's very important because of the things that it does. When we look inside scientifically, we like to answer the questions, what is going on? And we find that we brought these components in, and by simply adding some salinated water, we created GANs. And this GANs in this particular cup was zinc and copper GANs. And then we understood that there are interactions of fields. These are fields, and when they interact, they create another. When two forces come together, they create another. In this case, it's CO2 GANs. And then we have a basis, a foundation of a star formation. And so we have a film, an oily film on the top of the water, which we know is now amino acid. And the amino acid has a star formation construction of its own. And in the plasma science, when you create one, you create the other. And the other in this case is water. And we know that water is the universal solvent on this planet. And it is a solvent, and it is universal, and life is possible as a result of that. So we enter with another GANs, and that is the calcium CaCO3 GANs, and we find that calcium has different characteristics. It can be a solid, and it can be a liquid, and it can be other things as well, but it is part of our process. And so we introduced the second cup. And the second cup, we substituted the zinc plate for a copper plate. We still had the copper coil and the nano-coated copper coil. And so within the second cup, we did develop a magnetical field and then, of course, a gravitational field. But when we look at the two cups together, there's a difference. One is emotional, one is physical. Both have the same interaction, and both create a magnetical field. But if we're using them for the pandemic, let's keep them at least a meter apart, you see, because as these fields get stronger, in other words, now that we bring a maggrav condition by bringing in a gravitational field, the energies within these cups do not see the glass perimeter. And so let's keep these cups apart, about a meter apart, and we'll use them for the purpose that it's intended. And let's say in the case, it could be just to eradicate a virus. So the viruses are energy packs, and they work with basis of plasma science. Seem to understand it. I don't know what school they went to, but what we're trying to do is deplete the energy from the virus or convert the energy into food. And once we do that, and we have the scientific documentation to show that, and we've also disclosed that, so we're not keeping any secrets there. And why would we? Because when we put the cups of man together, they represent us. We are emotional, we are physical. We take and we give energy. And the combination of that, we create a magnetical field. And when we create that, we also create a gravitational field. So this is the essence of our physicality, involves both the physical and the emotional aspect of it. But we have a governor. The soul is the governor. And so what does it govern, and what does it take into account? Well, so we had two more cups that we brought in, and we see that it governs our relationship with the earth. Well, the interaction with our relationship with the earth is what we call the inertia. But the inertia is not just on earth, it's an inertia is an interaction with the environment. So if we change the environment, and then we'll also change the interaction. But in our case here on earth, it happens to be involved with copper. And so the cup of inertia, we introduced a nano-coated copper coil, a second nano-coated copper coil, and a nano-coated copper plate, slightly different from the other cups. And then we still created the magnetic field and the gravitational field. So we are starting to see a pattern and how we do things. So we just have to put things in context. And we changed one of the other contexts was the cup of the earth, where we now introduced a nano-coated iron coil. And so again, we had a magnetic field and a gravitational field. And we find that this is how the 5-cup stacker system came together. So we take our body, which is our emotional and physical context, governed by our soul, in an environment on earth of which we have an interaction. And so we introduced cups of life in a stacker system. And what we're doing is we are actually manipulating energy in motion, which comes from the PM ticks, which are energy in motion all over the place. They come in units, in packs, and they come in all different directions. And so we call that divergence. And when they come together, especially when they're complementary, when these fields are complementary, they interact and they converge into a plasma condition. And we have the antimatter, which is the principal matter. And we have matter, which is the product of the convergence. And we have the transition matter, which was called the dark matter. And the balance of these three create a maggrav. So a maggrav is not just magnetical gravitational, but it has a force field to deal with. And then this force field interacts with whatever is in the environment. We call that inertia. That's the force field interaction. And then it manifests into whatever we want to manifest. So in this case, we manifested into ourselves, didn't we? And we converged. And the reason we converge it is because, first of all, our point of view is from a soul basis, not from the earth basis. And so our view is from the dynamic plasma state. And that is the highest energy level. And then we want to get to the lowest energy level. Well, I mean, we've already gotten there, although we were born. But there is a process. And we've seen that that process is a manifestation of inertia. And it manifests either into transformation or what I call transportation, which is very, very physical. And that's what we discussed last week. And we see that the cups of life in a stacker unit reflect the same thing, except that the energy that is coming in the first three cups, being the soul, the emotion, and the physicality, is really in a non-tangible state. It doesn't become tangible until it interacts with the low m, small m matter state. And the interaction in between is the cup of inertia. So to review, our point of view is from the soul point of view. That is the gravitational, because that is at the core. And then we have a capability of transforming into an emotional state. This is where we convert. And then which direction do we go from there? And we have so many different directions to go. One of the directions was to set up a transport vehicle on this planet, which is our body. And then everything that we're doing, everything that we're talking about up until now has been focused on the point of view of the earth. we didn't know there was another point of view. And I, especially when I was a teenager, I didn't know this, but we were introduced to advanced science, and we've seen a similarity that we can learn from nature. Plasma science is a natural science. So there are, shall we say, similarities. And we're not going to go through this subject today, except to review. We did talk about amino acids that are set up in a star formation. And then we did talk about last week about our hemoglobin, which is also set up in a star formation. But there's a significance with the hemoglobin. We found that this is kind of the boundary with respect to Earth. It's the boundary between our anchorage on Earth and our departure from Earth. And so this becomes a very key point. And fortunately, as solid as iron is, we get a chance to move around. So we are not talking about the physical iron as we've seen on the periodic table of elements. We're talking about plasmatic iron. And we see the manifestation of these fields that come from an interaction, a progression, a destination, which is our physicality, from an origin, which is our amino acid creation. And it is from the creation of the amino acid that we bring in the DNA RNA combination. And so we find that these are interacting fields. And as they interact, they have an infinity loop. And it is from there that we have the codes that allow us to work with the Earth. And the Earth is also following its own codes. And all things work according to energy flow. So you said energy comes, energy goes around. Energy is always in motion, and energy is always positive. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something. And so when we looked at our basic lessons and we say, what is a charge? A charge is energy in motion, and the negative gives and the positive takes. But if we give and take from ourselves, we're like a dog chasing its tail. But we have to have a binding energy. But how binding does it have to be? So binding enough to create our body, binding enough to create our Magrav condition, binding enough to have our planet, and binding enough for our planet to be in a solar system. But that energy is always in motion, and it's a two-way street. So from that binding, there has to be a flowing. And so the creation of energy and the creation of creation is the binding and the flowing of energy. And so we have a method to feed ourselves, and we call that plasma soul feeding. And this is where the new technology is taking us. And it's about time, you see, because we have a physical destination state. We were born. And then we have a dynamic transfer state. We grew from baby to child to an adult. That's the physical growth. There is other growth. There's an emotional growth. There's a mental growth. There's a soul growth. It only stands to reason. It all is part and parcel of the plasma soul feeding system. What went wrong? What went wrong? Someone somewhere decided to excommunicate. In religious terms, excommunication means to be cast out of the church. And since the church is the house of God and the universe was created by God, the question comes, how can anybody be excommunicated? And who does the excommunicating? And the answer to this question is the beginning to the hole in the dike. because when we look at quantum physics and we talk about the participant-observer relationship, we discover that the observer affects the experiment. So the observer is a participant. So you cannot extricate yourself from the scientific experiment to be an observer any more than you can excommunicate yourself from the universe. This is our little tiny red dot. And that is a little tiny red dot is because we're in quarantine. And it's because of this kind of thinking, which is actually a perversion. And this perversion I've drawn here as a pill. And the reason for it is because I'd like to talk about the mind-blowing 60s. We had the World Wars, and then we had the Korean War after World War, and then we had Vietnam. And then we had a guy by the name of Timothy Leary. And he was the guru of, shall we say, LSD, which is a drug that we call kind of tripping drug. Tripping means to go on a trip, a mental trip, a mind-blowing trip. And we find that it allows the unallowable. It expands your mind, so the saying goes. But what we found was that there were many gurus, and what constitutes a guru? So is it knowledge? Is it morality? Well, in this case, it's neither. You see, what we had a confrontation, which I didn't realize as a teenager, is that the construct of this universe is the soul version. The construct of our universe as it's transferred to our planet is the conversion. And all the capabilities and all the wonders and all the beauties, the heaven on earth, is part of the diversion. And there are many diversions of energies. There are also diversions of attention. And we've gotten into perversions, which has nothing to do with the plasma science. It has to do with a man-made world. This man-made world has decided to disconnect itself in such a fashion where it is deceptive. It creates a condition, but it's a false condition. And in the past, with the old technology, the alteration of this condition was done physically and through war. And the history has not been kind, because the history will eventually speak the truth. And the truth is actually quite ugly. But one of the things about the physicality, we found that it's physically consuming. So what is the better way? Well, we find that the emotional way is even better, more efficient. So we complete the star formation with mental abuse. And it's very effective, except for one thing. It's disconnected from the origin. What am I talking about? We've entered a disruption state. So our soul And our existence is represented through conversion. Our variety, our beauty is through the diversion. Someone has decided to create a falsehood, a perversion, for whatever reason. And it is confounding to understand this type of logic because it's disruptive. And so there is a aura that goes along with the disruptive state. It, many of us find it very attractive. So when we did our spaceship summary, we had to find out what is the difference between the physical and the, shall we say, the tangible and the non-tangible. And so we found that there's different constructions of spaceships. Well, if there's different constructions of spaceships, then there must be a different truth. There must be a different history. There must be a different truth in the history. And there is. And it's a product of the perversion. And it is kind of ironic that it looks like a pill. So where am I going with this? In the 60s, there was a phenomenon, an incredible phenomenon. It was the British invasion of North America. And there was a famous band, and they were called the Beatles. And for those of you who weren't around at that time, it is impossible for me to convey what it means. It is impossible because it is illogical. It is emotional hysteria at its, like, I have never seen it before until this week. But this is inexplainable. It is so bad that when the Beatles came to Toronto, the police were complaining about the smell of urine on the concrete. It was incredible. Something happened. The radio stations were creating music charts. The Beatles were in, I think, the top 5, dominated the charts. They had many songs. Some of you are familiar with the song Yellow Submarine. Another song, Give Peace a Chance. There was a major event in Toronto, a peace event. We were imagining peace. We were coming through the Vietnam War, which we understand now much more, and it's hard to talk about. But we were confused with what transcendence meant because there were a lot of gurus. And so we tried to, well, I say we, I was just an observer. I didn't realize how close I was to a massive historical event. This was at the Royal York Hotel in Toronto, and they were doing the peace event there. This whole movement through this whole generation involved music. And as I said, I've never seen this before. And for those of you who didn't live through it, you missed one hell of an experience. Myrnas, can you close your mic, please? Thank you. Another universal language besides music, of course, is our soccer, and we love our soccer. There was a famous Argentinian named Diego Maradona, and we loved him. There's another famous Argentinian, and he just arrived in France. And France has gone into Messi mania. So if you want to understand what's been going on back in the mid-60s, look at what's going on in France. It's amazing. You can just see how hungry the French people are there for some happiness, even though the Rex couldn't deliver it. But Paris Saint-Germain will hopefully bring happiness to the French community because we love our games. I want to indulge myself into a game. We all know what a chess game is. And I want to talk about a game that I played in high school. I was a teenager, and I was in the chess club. Please indulge me. Another member of the chess club was a boy who had a reputation of being a genius. He had a genius IQ. That's why we all took IQ tests back then, and I think he was the top in the class in the school. We had 2,600 people, and he ended up in the chess club. And of course, the whole purpose of the chess club is for all of us to learn, isn't it? And that's why we join these classes. And so it's a friendly environment, and we learn, get to exchange ideas. And he was an excellent chess player, and I was upping my game. And so I got a chance to play against him, and I thought this would be kind of cool. And of course, I would really have to bring my A game, which was not that great, but whatever it was, that's what I had. I came to the dance with what I had. And so it was kind of interesting. And I outsmarted myself. I was learning how to think ahead. And I outsmarted myself to the point where I thought so far ahead that I forgot that moves had to be done in the meantime. And so what I did, and this is very early in the game, few moves into the game, very, very early, I took my queen and put it in the center of the board in danger. I didn't even capture a piece. And it was the most stupid move that I could have ever made. And I lost my queen. I actually lost my queen to a pawn. And it was very embarrassing, I must tell you. But what happened after that was not very pleasant. My move was announced to the club. All the games stopped and said, hey, everybody, Alex just made the stupidest move in the history of chess. You got to come and look at this. So all the games in the room stopped and they all came to look. And this was, should I say embarrassing? Yeah, it was very embarrassing. But now it was being rubbed in. And I, ordinarily I would have conceded defeat. That would have been my first alternative. But I was starting to be the victim of this phenomenal verbal abuse. And in top of that verbal abuse, I was getting all my friends in the chess room were actually joining in on the abuse, which was inexplainable to me because I didn't really do anything to deserve their abuse. You know, we were all friends, so I thought anyway. But because of the sheer stupidity of the move and the fact that I was playing one of the top players in the club and one of the geniuses in the school, this was unbelievable that I was caught in this game. And I just wanted to, you know, it's just in the chess club, we're just having some fun. This was not very much fun. So then, you know, I was taught by my dad. And the funny thing about my dad is, as I got better, and it was very hard to beat him, so he was a very good teacher. But as I got better, and this was even when I was in public school, lower grade school, as I got better, he got less happy, to the point where one day when I beat him, he took the back of his hand and like a bear, he destroyed the chessboard and the pieces were flying all over the room. And I was a little boy, so I had to go pick all these things up, and I get down on the carpet and have to dig in under the furniture and behind the TV and, you know, all over the house. Chess pieces were all over the place. And in fact, some got broken. And it was a kind of a curious reaction, I thought, anyway, because I was kind of enjoying the moment. But I wasn't, you know, I was very quiet. I just, you know, I just beat my dad, and I thought that was, you know, quite the breakthrough. And I was hoping that he would be pleased with that. He was not pleased. He just totally destroyed the room. And I thought, well, maybe this would be a good alternative for me, because it would be better if I took and destroyed the chess room at this point in time, the same way, because instead of being classed as a terrible, the world's worst chess player, I would be classed as a destroyer. And that would actually enhance my reputation in school. Yeah. So no one would talk about the fact that I played a stupid game. They would talk about how I destroyed the chess room. Yeah, that's a great idea. But I looked at the board and I seen there was a possibility, one possibility where I could win. And the abuse that I was taking was so severe. And I thought, well, let me see if I can salvage the game. And so the interesting thing was that any respect that I might have had, although I had no respect, I didn't deserve any respect from him, was massive contempt, converted into massive contempt and derision. And so it almost was a mental gang attack on me. And I thought, well, this is pretty cool. Maybe that could work as a diversion. And I thought, well, what better way to keep the deception going than I made one stupid move. Why don't I make some more? And I really started to play wild. And all that brought was more derision, more criticism, more laughter, more abuse. And it was really bad. And I thought, well, you know, how am I going to, you know, get through this? And then a magical thing happened. He was so preoccupied with his, shall we say, brilliance. He failed to see the move, and there was only one move. And this was alternative 4, checkmate. And this is the game I think about every time Mr. Keshe says checkmate. But not because I'm proud of what I did. You see, because after the game, he didn't destroy the chess room, he just left. And of course, my friends, who now, you know, really weren't my friends, there was silence in the room. So we packed up all the chessboards and went home. He came back to class the next day, and Buddy wasn't there. He didn't show up for a week. And then a week later, our homeroom teacher she announced that he had and this was a shock. It was a shock to the whole school because this was unheard of. Why would a teenager commit suicide? So you understand that this was back in the 60s. And today, teenage suicide has become a fashion statement. Now, you know, I'm not saying that you know, I was a definitive factor in his decision because there's a lot going on in his decision. The demons that he was fighting, he had the reputation of being a genius in school. And I guess he was trying to fit in. And that's all of us were trying to fit in because there was a lot of pressure. These were heady times. The music scene was burgeoning. The Beatles were here. The war was on. Their space race was on. John Kennedy was assassinated. A lot of things going on. A lot of things going on. Thank you for letting me indulge this. There's something that is more powerful, and that's the plasma science. You see, plasma is a kind of energy, and it transcends, and it affects beyond the indomitable spirit. See, the plasma is interacting with everything, not just what we have here on Earth. It, in fact, interacts with our past and our present. And so, although I'm talking about history, this history is very, very prevalent today. Nothing much has changed, actually. But a seed was been planted. We understand, and we need to understand the ethics, the ethos of the universe, because there were a lot of things that were stopping us. We didn't know they were stopping us, you see, because they were playing mind games. Well, the problem with the mind games is that they involve the emotion and the physicality. They don't involve the soul, you see, because the soul knows the truth. And that's the point. When the soul knows the truth, then you find that the plasma science revolves around the morality, compassion, and courage. And these are the essences of creation. And we all have to decide what is it that we're creating. And so we try in our various ways and means to do that. And now we have the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, which is part of the plasma science. And it involves plasma conversion, which is the restoration of the emotional and physical vitality. And why do we need that? Because, you see, we still live in a yellow submarine. Yes, a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine. The words are not available on every copy. It's a yellow submarine in the sea of green. Where is the sea of green? The sea of green is in the visible spectrum. It's in the visible spectrum. As we try and combine the scientific and spiritual schools together, we find that we're still dealing in the realm of physicality. This is not where the advanced science is. We have to understand that we're going into uncharted waters. And for a lot of us, this could be a traumatic experience. For a lot of us, we feel like Christopher Columbus. We've discovered something new. The science has been around for years and years and years. Many stories in the past, many examples, without even having specific references. The most important thing that I'm trying to say today is that our relationship with what we're learning is so far behind the times, it isn't even funny. Where we are is just understanding the basic soul transmutation as it relates to the soul of our body. And where Mr. Keshe is operating is not even on this chart. We have a lot of catching up to do. We are carrying a lot of baggage, me included, but as a society, we are still carrying that baggage. And the reason for it is because we have a serious, serious problem. And that has to do with the mental contamination. And what we have to understand about the plasma dome is that why Timothy Leary was famous was because as a guru, his mantra was tune in, turn on, and drop out. And, we lapped it up as teenagers. Yes, we did, because LSD was introduced into our society at that point in time. So a lot of us were having difficulty coping. And in my school, I think I would be safe in saying that about 80% of the kids were on drugs. And I know that in our society today, that number is even higher. It's actually a major problem. But you see, the problem is not understanding what was going on, you see, because with all the psychedelic music that was coming on was facilitating the introduction of the LSD, and it didn't help when you had a guy like Leary touting how the benefits of it, tune in, turn on, and drop out. Well, you know what? Plagiarism doesn't count. You got to get it in before you get it out. And so we've been trying to break down a lot of barriers, and we just from time to time have to do a reality check. And one of these reality checks is to understand what is the truth and what is a substitute for the truth, and who are the liars and why are they liars? What is going on? And so we find disconnection is not detachment, is not detachment. The law of detachment has to do with fear and greed, ego validation, the leakage of energy. All of this is part of the self-serving system which people feed on. It's called loosh harvesting. It's a physical feeding system at the expense of others. And Carlos Castaneda was very famous as a writer in that same era. And the reason he was famous was because he was promoting the use of drugs. And in his first few books, he was not only using drugs, but he was learning how to grow them, cultivate them, and the proper way to use them. And in order to do that, he became a student of Don Juan. And they would go tripping. So this was the rage. It went really well together with the psychedelic music. And the thing about it was that Carlos Castaneda was extremely famous, But what he couldn't understand, and he finally he noticed, was that Don Juan did not take the drugs to go on these journeys, on these trips. And that Castaneda would have many times bad trips. And the reason for these bad trips was because what the drugs did, it allowed the unallowable. You see, our hormones enhance or suppress. That's how they work. And so what the drugs do is they upset that balance. And so Castaneda would have many bad trips with the gonna getchas. And when you encounter the gonna getchas, it's horrifying. And when you're exposed, vulnerable like that, and you have no one to fall back on except yourself, you're the last man standing, it can be extremely intimidating. But Don Juan didn't take these drugs, and Carlos Castaneda asked him, why did you want that? Why are you not taking the drugs to go on these trips? And he says, well, I don't need to. But Carlos Castaneda wanted to learn how to use the drugs, and Don Juan agreed to teach him. And he says, well, why are you teaching me how to use these drugs? And the answer was because you asked me to teach you. Well, yeah, but I wanted to go on a trip. Oh, well, you never asked me that. The only reason you wanted the drugs was to learn how to use the drugs. But if you want to go on a trip, then let's go on a trip. And at that point in time, he got a revelation. And at that point in time, his popularity crashed, totally crashed. And interestingly enough, when he stopped using the drugs, a new audience started to read his books. And the turning point was The Eagle's Gift, where I'm already given to the power that rules my fate. I have no thoughts, so that I may see, detached and at ease, to soar past the eagle and be free. And with that, he had an opportunity to meet Timothy Leary. And he confirmed exactly what I told you. He's a plagiarist, a charlatan. And we are still suffering today. Let me give you some soul food. Tune in to the message from your soul. Turn on to the energy from the universe. And drop out of your physicality and fall into the soul of your body. And understand, before you get it out, get it in. You provide the pattern. You receive the energy. That's the reality. And our perception of reality is the manifestation. And so the manifestation is the formation of any field. When two fields come together, they form another. It's the plasma feeding which leads to this manifestation. And now we know this manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, could be non-visible or visible, could be plasmatic or physical. Yes, dark matter or light matter. There is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality, but there doesn't have to be a physical reality necessarily. But there always has to be a plasmatic reality. Whichever reality it is, that is the form artifact of the manifestation. And emotion, therefore, is also a form artifact of energy in motion. And so I was describing very heady times, and it's part of our history. We may be making new history. When archaeologists discover these cups of life, they may not realize the potential. They may not realize that these are Gans cups. They're not ordinary ceramic cups. Not that we're trying to deceive anybody. What we are doing is unraveling the energy binding systems, which are at the expense of others. The thousands of American Idols, the thousands of youth who have been deceived, double-crossed, and have their vitality stolen by deceivers. See, the universe doesn't work that way. The universe is bountiful. The universe is benevolent. Energy comes, energy goes, as much as you want, whenever you need it. And so we find that we just need to rise up, elevate. And it's not just elevate into the sea of green. We've got a long way to go, a long way to go, but it doesn't take a long time to get there. When we look at the star formation of the soul food, understand, tune in, turn on, drop out, and receive the energy. You provide the pattern, you get the energy. This song has been condemned by some people, which is very hard to believe, because when you look at the message and you say, well, the stairway to heaven, and I say it's in. But imagine if there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us in the sky. Imagine all the people living for today. That stadium in France was jam-packed. Jam-packed. Messi didn't even touch the soccer ball. It was jam-packed, and we're still under a pandemic. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say, I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Author. The science of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has been put in public domain, and a cornerstone is the World Peace Treaty, which you have to sign with a pen, but more importantly, with your heart. Because this is the essence of creation, and this is the essence of physical and emotional harmony, and vitality. The problem with being a knowledge seeker is that you eventually come to the truth. Can we be the difference makers? Do you have any choice? Understand the dynamic plasma state is within us, and the universal language is throughout. Plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. Thank you, John Lennon.
Very well.
Over to you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing from your soul. While people are gathering their thoughts and questions, I am just going to bring up something Rick has been encouraging, and this is the Create the Future contest. And the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is entered into this contest. It is now in the medical category. It is in the number 9 position with 151 votes. So it's steadily climbing. And if you can, if you have the time, and if you'd like to vote, you can go on to Create the Future. I think they've extended it. It might be the end of this month, or it might be a little longer before the end of the contest. So you do have time. But we'd like to see the Universal Body Unit. We've got it into the top 10. I think it's in position 9 now. And the top one maybe has 200, 300, or 400 votes. So with the amount of knowledge seekers around the world, I'm sure you can add your vote if you choose to. And again, this should obviously be the number 1, but the people who are conducting this contest have no idea of the capabilities of this unit. So feel free to go on there. If I was to, well, it's not clicking. But anyway, go to the, you can see this is like the home page. And again, it was very easy. If I can do it, anybody with a few skills can also do it. I see this mask, a clip-on sort of a mask, has a very high rating, and there's a number of products. But as I said, in the medical category, let's see, we'll go back to the medical category. Here we are here. A couple of these things didn't get any votes at all, but this mask has 275 votes. It's from India and so on. But here's the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, and Rick Crammon has entered it in. So we're just encouraging people in the different meetings, if you can, go on there and cast your vote for the unit. With millions of knowledge seekers, we should easily be able to break 500 or 1,000. So thank you, Alex, for your presentation. It reminded me when you talked about playing chess and so on, there was a, I think I read this a couple of years ago, there was a chess master who was in one of the contests, and he kept taking bathroom breaks. And he was a master in chess, and they found out that he actually had a cell phone hidden in the bathroom. And apparently he got caught trying to find out what his next move should be. So I thought that was rather funny, but of course the story with the person who brought on his own demise wasn't so funny. But yes, the emotions play quite a large part in our lives, even though we don't realize it. I just ran into that the other day with someone who told them their emotions were out of balance, and they asked me to leave their store. So we know a little bit about that. Would anyone like to ask Alex a question, or is there anything they would like to share at this point? Thank you again, Alex, for coming in. and continuing to deliver this.
I have a lot of noise around here, Mark,
Okay.
but I want to use because today was the spraying
Yes.
for the team in the Spanish team, and how I cannot get my sprayer. Can I share screen, please? And I came here to the park and come on. I came here to the park and put in here the plasma liquid. And that's the Spanish Protophone 22 to share this here. So it is plasma liquid. I don't know how much time stay the same water, but I love this place. And this is one cup, one life. Use the must be. Thank you and see you.
Thank you. That's an excellent place to spray it in a water park, as I think it connects to all the water and it sort of transfers itself. I know Mr. Keshe said when the rain is happening, it, well, I don't know exactly what he said, but it seems to maybe connect right through the water and go all over the place. More than it would be just on the dry land. Again, I'm not sure about that, but
yes, matter of fact, I not spray because I hasn't sprayed. I put 1 gallon plasma liquid cup 1.
Wow.
All around. Thank you.
Yes. Well, that creates a pleasant water park and an enhancement for the children, I would think. You know, it's very interesting. Someone I know reported that they had tested positive and then they tested negative and they tested negative again. But anyway, they weren't feeling well and I gave them only part of the protocol. I wasn't even sure if they were going to use it, but they said they would like it. And I spoke to the wife. I didn't see him yet, but the wife said that she had a drink of the plasma water or more than one, and she could feel the energy. Now, I don't know if she was tested positive or not. And then they told me the daughter didn't really want to drink the tap water anymore. She preferred to drink the plasma water, which I thought was very interesting as well. So the wife agreed to do an interview, and hopefully I'll see him soon and we'll get him, but he's gotten back up and back to work and so on and so forth, following certain protocols. But again, just another demonstration of just the cup 1 alone. And I recommended a bath. I don't know if they did it. I think they just actually drank it. And it worked quite well. And the young daughter just seemed to be thrilled with the plasma water. So that's just another story of moving the water around to different people who know nothing about this and how powerful just the field interaction. And this is what we've been stressing, trying to stress a little bit more today, was working with the fields. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. And bueno, we'll see you in class tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, Joel does have a class, even though it's the holiday for the knowledge seekers. We're continuing on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday to continue to unravel some of these secrets and some of the knowledge Mr. Keshe has delivered. And Alex, this Yellow Submarine, I remember the song, but I'm not connecting with what it actually meant. That we're different, or what did the Yellow Submarine, that we're on a different track than the rest? Is this the dropout culture? I know I was going to put something in the chat. Maybe I'll just enter it now. In North America, we went through introduction of the counterculture, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, compliments of our friends across the pond, and certain institutes, foreign and domestic. Yes, when people are shocked by an extended war or seeing these pictures of war every night on television, assassination of presidents, you leave them very open and susceptible, that's one of your words, Alex, to sort of manipulation of the thinking and the emotions of the population, which we know mind control and these other things are always interested in controlling the thinking of the population. But again, I think we're going past this now, even though many of us have been trapped and are trapped in some of this lingering counterculture.
Actually, we're not past it. We haven't gotten past it, not one day, not 1 minute, because of the sheer magnitude of the scheme, if you will. However, it's a low-level scheme. And so if you were clairvoyant and if you were able to see the auras, the colors of the auras have a sequence. And most of us are actually below yellow. And the sea of green, and what I tried to show was with that picture, was that it was kind of in between. But in between what? It was in between the emotion as we understand it between our soul of the body and our body. And so that is the smallest scheme that we're looking at. There is a bigger scheme. And when we enter into that bigger scheme, we can see the power. And the thing about the Beatlemania or the Messi mania as we're going through now, I mean, seriously, if you haven't been following what's been going on in France, you really have to see it. It's unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented. The whole country has gone crazy and they love Messi. And it couldn't happen to a more wonderful human being. It really couldn't. But why? Why is that? Because there's this hunger, tremendous hunger. And it's the hunger not only of the body, but of the soul of man. That's the point. I think, Mark,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes, no, I've been reading on the internet some things. Yeah.
Maybe if I could just go one step further. So we talked about the tangibility and the non-tangibility, the visibility. So these colors are all part of the visible spectrum and they're all represented part of our physicality. They're also representative of our physical science. And in fact, our spiritual science as well is based on that. So the point really is, you know, do you have to go into a church to be a religious man? But if you go into outer space and there are no churches, does that mean you're not, you don't believe in God? So there are actually people who can't imagine this. And this is one of the reasons that this is such a persecution, you see, because we've come to the tipping point. If we cross this line and understand the soul transmutation, the transcendence is literally from our physicality to the soul of our body. There is another transcendent transformation into the soul of the man. It's an entirely separate dimension. What we are now able to do is to amalgamate the two into one, which was the original intention. When that happens, not only is that disconnect going to be, in many cases, reconnected, but those that disconnect will be so far removed that they will be totally oblivious to what's going on. It would be as if, and you walk through the park and you walk by a stone and you say, geez, I wonder if that stone knows that I walked by them. And they won't, because they're totally disconnected. So what we're doing is reconnecting, because you see, when it comes down to the truth, the soul never lies, because the soul abides by the laws of the universe. It's when man insists on abiding by the laws of man that we run into trouble. And there's no reason for us to run into trouble. There is no reason. You cannot argue it logically. So we have various alternatives. But alternative 4 is the reason that we're here, to clean up this planet. You know, I'm not very good at cleaning up, but this is the task ahead. I'm going to have to learn. But we're all going to have to learn. And the first thing we have to learn is to clean up our own house, and then take care of business there, take care of our family, take care of our community, and take care of our country, and take care of this planet, and go from there. And to understand that this is the proper course for the soul transmutation. And why is that? Because when you look at the result that we have is that tiny little red dot in the universe. And the result that the universe has is the vast expanse. Really, this little tiny red dot is going to dictate? I don't think so. I think the universal community is waiting for us to grow up. And we
Patricia.
now have the technology to do that.
Patricia put in the chat, I guess I'm a dreamer too, Alex. The universe will give us the ability to make our dreams come true. I once saw a plaque that said, follow your dreams. They know where they're going.
That's why you have to open up. You can't tell the universe to shut up. Well, you can, but it's at your cost. It's at your cost. And, you know, it's, I'm really glad that you brought up the topic with respect to, shall we say, the mind control. Yeah, it's a problem. It's still going on. And which mind are they controlling? The physical mind, not the soul mind.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to direct you more to the poor physicality, you know, poor me, and going all in that direction rather than realizing that there's another dimension there. And so it's sort of a downward spiral in that culture in a way. It's all about you and nobody else, and not about serving. It's just serving you, what serves you or makes you feel better or think differently in a way.
Well, why you or not your neighbor? Or why your neighbor and not you? What is the difference?
Well, I think the difference is Mr. Keshe is telling us one of the keys is serving others. And in this counterculture just basically serves yourself. I remember people telling me, don't worry about what happens to anybody else. Just take care of you and your family and don't worry about anyone. Otherwise, you won't survive. And that's totally the opposite of what Mr. Keshe, I think, is teaching us. We need to be, in a way, our brother's keeper, or at least help along the way.
But not take the responsibility, not take their responsibility. That's the point. We have a responsibility.
Right, not to get trapped in the same field.
Right, because
while you're trying to help.
That's where you start to leak. Okay. And so one of the things, and I apologize for my emotional leakage, but you see, I'm not leaking for the past, I'm leaking for the present, and I need to stop leaking. And the reason for it is because I see this pattern repeating itself. And, you know, we were very well educated in my generation. The new generation is not. Now, is this an arrogant statement? No, it's a statement of fact. The educational system in my country here has gone down the drain. Has gone down the drain. The kids can't add. They can't make sentences. Their ambition is to have ambition. They have depression. They are grasping at straws. And this was one of my problems when I was a youth. All I had was what I was presented. And so then I had to make a choice. No, I don't accept that. No, I don't accept that. No, I don't accept that. And I started to gather up a massive list of what I didn't want. But I never was able to ask the question of what do I want? Because I didn't know what all the choices were. Well, it's a very easy choice. Very, very easy choice. You just look at the way the universe is functioning with peace and harmony and bounty for everybody. And like, so once I found that that was possible, then I said, okay, well, let's do it that way. So one of the benefits right off the bat that I had was that the cancer in my family was gone in about 8 weeks. And, you know, you understand that I was given 6 months to live when I was 35 years old. So, you know, someone is lying and it's not me. And all of these things, you know, if we're looking for verification and validation, always, like I say, why is not the question? Why is the answer? Why is that? Why is the situation the way it is? And who's making it that way? And if you try and apply logic to the situation, misery, pain, and suffering is not a logical goal. It is illogical. So who's driving the boat? So not only do we have to mellow out and get back into the balance, the green is the balance point, okay? But it's the balance point in our physicality. What is the substructure? And this is where the plasma science comes in. It is the missing link. And why is it the missing link? Why is it the missing link? You know why? Because it's classified.
And that's one of the beauties of the foundation is that, you know, we all thought the matter state was the only choice along the way. You need bigger crops or more crops, you add more fertilizer, or you do this. Banking the same way, energy, we have to keep on the same sort of track. But now we're realizing we've mastered, I guess, the physicality. Now we need to master the plasma dimension in a way. So this is part of the beauty of the foundation, is to open others' knowledges to think out of the matter state and more into the field state, because that's the reality as opposed to what we see with our eyes as the reality, at least in my very weak understanding. That there's other dimensions that we can actually move in and work with. And this is what's been kept from the man and his soul. It's been hidden, as Mr. Keshe said, to look at the creator as something to fear, when the creator is right in you and you can work with the creator and trust the two souls can work together. So there's a whole new thing that's being opened up on this planet that a lot of people don't want to see opened up, but regardless, it will be opened up. It won't be stopped at this point. Would anyone like to make a statement or add a comment? Something you feel you need to say at this point?
I have a question for Mr. Keshe if he is available to answer.
I was going to say anyone but him. He usually opens his mic when he's ready to come in. But go ahead, Jalal.
No, I will wait until he comes.
But he doesn't always come in. Sometimes he's just here as a knowledge seeker.
My question is a little bit difficult. So I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I had a question too that I wrote down in the hiding, this universal community, hiding in the clothes of the man. I was thinking when it's brought in reference like that, hiding in the clothes of the man, I was thinking hiding in the physicality. Doesn't necessarily have to be a man, because it could be a flower in physicality or a vegetable or something else. He said they're hiding in the clothes of the man, but too shy to show themselves. And we won't see them as food. We won't eat them. So I don't know anybody who really wants to eat another human being per se, maybe emotionally, but not physically. But why wouldn't we see them? We won't see them as food. So I was thinking what we see now as food, like a banana or a grape or something, could they be hiding in there, this universal community, too shy to show themselves? And we won't see them as food. So I'm thinking it's something we see as food now, where they could be hiding. And again, when he refers to people, we have the vertical people and we have the horizontal people, all the plants and the animals, so to speak, we're referring. So could they be hiding in those clothes as well? I would think so, as well as in the clothes of the man.
I agree.
Yeah, the whole key there was not seeing them as food. So that must mean we see certain things as food. We won't eat them. We won't see them as food. So we must be perhaps seeing them as food now, a tomato. I don't know. It was just a thought I had, and maybe I'm missing the whole point. Anyone want to comment that about the universal community here on this planet?
I don't know that, but I have a few experience. I saw myself in different body and different places. So I'm eating fish, I'm eating everything. So I don't know I am eating me or somebody else. Our soul is not in this body alone. I think our soul is everywhere. It is my experience. I don't know if it's correct or not.
Well, you're the king of your own castle.
I have thousand questions in my mind, but I didn't find out what is going on.
Ricardo, come closer to your microphone, or take something's blocking your microphone.
Okay, I want to be off. Yeah.
Could you try again, please?
Mm-hmm.
Could you try it again, what you were going to say? I see your mic is open.
Yeah, can
There
I
you
translate?
go. There you go. Yes, now you're clear.
Can I translate the lady in Spanish or English? What she was asking for?
I think that's Selena.
I don't know.
Yes,
well, maybe
yes.
I must. Okay, you want, you need help for the question for translation? Or I
No,
misunderstand?
no. Maybe you can state your statement again, Selena. You say you see yourself, you're eating different things, you see yourself
I
manifesting.
I saw myself in different body, like a fish or sometimes different kinds of under the sea. So I know I am not only in my body, I am everywhere. So if it is true, then what we are eating, maybe ourselves or our soul or something. I don't know really what is going on, but I see in myself different kinds. So I don't know. Maybe someday Mr. Keshe will explain what is going on.
Well, there's probably more to it than obviously he's explained so far, but we're being brought along through a process.
I feel I am everywhere.
Yes, I always felt my soul is always present. You know, when they say I am present, I always like to or want to say my soul is always present. Because if your soul is built on top and above the soul of the creator, and the creator is present everywhere, wouldn't you be also present everywhere?
Now
Yes.
I understand what you say, Selena. Just one question. Do you practice meditation? Have you been on sometimes or in any time have you been in a very high consciousness level? Do you remember any big problem
I'm
or
not a
something?
big, sorry, I'm not a big meditator, but most of time I stay in different level. Like I can explain. It's
Yeah,
like
I
a
understand.
soft. It's I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm doing stuff, but my mind is really relaxed, very relaxed.
Okay.
And I stay that way. And sometimes I hear the what is that? Some kinds of vibration music, theta vibration, and those kinds of vibration
Selena,
music in
Selena,
yes.
I have an special ability from my creator, and I am feeling you. And that's why I understand at all what you're saying. Because I feel it. I feel this like separation of the body. I don't know exactly. I know somebody who has lived the same experience, my son. Unfortunately, I can talk with him right now because there is something familiar distancing. But for sure, at the time I be connected with you, and I don't want to to say this stuff. Everybody know me, but be prepared. With your body is going to change, but your body is going to change with your mind, with your soul. And Mr. Keshe has, in more than one time, say the pain is well crucial. So maybe I know wishing you bad stuff. You know, I want to be completely clear in that. But I don't know why in very stressful or that's why I asking you if you has been in a altered state of consciousness, because if no, it's coming. What you saying, I leave it 4 months ago, I guess. 4 months ago. About 4 months, 5 months ago, and I let them know. I don't know what happened, but I'm feeling like my body. I need another body. I start to feeling like in the same place, and you moving into dimensions. And sometimes I was on the Zoom with my brothers in Keshe Foundation, and I connect to something, and I leave. And most than one time, most than one time, some of them has to go with me or go for me. And I hear a voice far, far, far away. After that, I leave, but I say to them, I told them, hey, I need another body. I feel like this body is not enough right now. And believe me, I am having, well, I get out. Thanks to myself, to my creator. But I am getting out, barely getting out. I was translating um, one of this class, and when everything started to happen, I don't want to talk about that right now, but I'm gonna say you that is to a man, men, um, gender, uh, I guess the worst, no? Just to clarify the record. 1 week I get out from the jail without any crime. When I didn't any crime. I don't have house, business, wife. The divorce is sweet. No sons. In May 21 was my life normal and become, you know what I'm saying? It's like if I be into a very big stressful time. But let you something. Besides, I am living with them. That's why I'm here with in a park and you saw the park. And I'm happy. I'm free. I'm single. I love my wife, and I don't need my life. My wife love my ex-wife. My ex-wife love me. Do I keep loving her? I am living in a planet. I don't have a house, a home. My home is this planet. And anytime I want to sleep or where I want to sleep, I'm just find a place to sleep, looking at the star until I got sleeping. And guess what? Most of the people I know don't have that privilege. The time was very, very hard. I, I, I really, that's incredible. The pain was more than physical. And at the jail, I make kinds of one cup, one life, one cup, the copper. I make that one cup, one life. I make the cup two, the copper. I make that two cup, the things too, because the mix of I has a plan to do inside. I made I never say this, but I made I don't know how to say a little plantitas, little plants, little no garden, but three I left without sun, three frijolitos, three plants, little plants. The plant was not little. Um, when I get out, just 1 month I stayed there. Uh, always I saw exit, not easy, not without pain, but exit. And the other stuff I learned inside, was to connect to my star formation. And I never had been on that. I don't belong to that. I'm not a person, but this system, I don't know how. Actually, I know how. I practice meditation. The most I start to practice meditation just before all this start, delta state, alpha state, omega. I start to practice it. When I was a year, I reached such level of meditation that I just say to myself, I turn on my star formation and I initiate communication times 0. And I can really, really say true. I was outside. I hear Liliana. I hear my own. No, Alex didn't hear him, but either Mr. Keshe. But the most people I am in contact with, besides Alex was with us 17 weeks. I don't hear him, but I hear like sometimes I was sleeping. You know, was a man jail. There is no woman inside near of the bed. Well, sometimes I get up and say, "Where is Liliana? They can't. Where is Martita?" I hear very clear
Her
how
soul was there.
I guess that's all. Yes,
Or
I'm
you
pretty sure
connected.
because my ex didn't say any information about me after she put she called the police, and well, it's a very big learning. I learned a lot, and I teach a lot inside. And believe me, when I arrived
Excellent.
here,
Yes.
these guys at the beginning, they was no trust in me. I start to use the guns on people, on lady with mental disorder, with pains, with all the stuff, and now they hey, I can't believe it. Thank you. And just Selena, just start with meditation, and maybe I know wish you, but maybe it's coming hard time. That's after you pass that time, it's everything new. I don't know how to explain that, but I will send to you my sensation, what I'm feeling, to your soul to find the path I found. Thank you. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think James wanted to come in. He's had his mic open a couple times, but let me ask you, Ricardo, did you come out through the gate or did you encircle your physicality with the soul and maybe come through the wall?
No, it's okay.
You must have thought you could, though. I'm sure it was getting to that point where you could walk out through the wall.
I'm pretty sure we can do it. I'm pretty sure. But no that way. It's like if I compress the time and in some days, in another days, I stay at the jail. Uh, may I, do I make my clear myself? Sometimes it's like some days was I didn't feel it. I don't remember. It's like
You
I
weren't
don't
there.
remember.
Yeah.
Wasn't there? Yes, it wasn't there. And no, all the days, no. It's happened like 3 days and 2 day there, something like that. Doesn't linear. No. And I don't feel. I feel with you guys. The sensation is not to be alone. I ask in there. I ask in there for moving me because I try to fit with them, but I can't. And then I asked to move to another place. The dude, the deputy told me, where you wanna go? At the quarantine where I was. I really tried to fit with them, but I can't. I can't, I'm sorry. And when I was alone, I regret all the Alex teaching. Maybe it was him there and I didn't notice, but I write down all the teaching, this technology I have got it. I don't know how to say. I know right now, and I write down. Then some days, in one point, they move me, and when they move me 1 week before I get out, start to share all this. In 1 week, all the 16, I don't know, spaces, they learn how to do the dances. They knew how, they already know how to work the technology. And I'm proud of that. Maybe that one is the stuff I have to learn. Mm, did I make clear, Mark, for the answer?
Yes, I think it very well. Very well. So maybe it all had a purpose.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes, yes. And sometimes when we have, okay, I didn't know that kind of evolution. I didn't know. Selena, what I want to tell you, the last day, I don't want to cry. The last day, the very last day, I can't sleep. And just one image was in my mind when I close the eyes. And that image, when I get out and start the show, they told me, hey, this is the cup of the universe. Don't, oops. Mr.
Thank
Keshe
you.
teach us. So the gift coming, that's great. I don't know how to do I saw the flows. Maybe maybe Liliana gonna show the picture if I got. But I saw the same. I cannot see anything inside. And when I ask them what is it, because I draw 10 circles, 9 like the clock, and 1 at the center. And from the center, 2 lines, different color, both directions, making like a cross. And well, and 2 lines around. Big thing. And well, I was closing my eyes and saw the both direction, 2 colors, 2 lines on from the center, like making a cross, and on the circles of the clock around 2 lines, 2, and well, both direction too. Well, that no direction on the yes, well, that is direction too. But it was flow. I understand the flow, and I understand the flow. When I close the eyes, it was the arrows to one side and to the I don't know. That's crazy because I can't sleep because I really I don't know. I feel weird. Oh my God! I stay here 1 month and I trying to sleep but I can't. So I closed my eyes and saw the picture. And all the night I keep the picture on my mind. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you. It sounds like you've had a powerful emotional experience. And on top of that, I think your soul was at the teaching, even though your physicality wasn't. As we know, this is very, very possible and happens all the time.
Absolutely.
Did James come back? I know he had his mic open a couple times, and I see Barbara. And Barbara, you were on my mind this morning. I was thinking of your sun formation. I was thinking of you. I saw your picture. Just imagining where you've been or something, you know, but I'm glad to see, and I just want to say hello to you. So thank you for being here and being present with us. I don't know if you can open
Hi, it's Barbara. I'm just, I would just say occupied, but I decided to tap in. Thank you for thinking of me.
Thank you. Thank you for being present.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Anyone else would like to add something? It seems like Ricardo's taking us into another dimension, as well as Mr. Keshe with these newer teachings we're going into. And it doesn't seem like you need to know so much about neutrons and electrons and the atomic weight of this and that, but it's all based on your emotions. And when you're put in that position, as Mr. Keshe explained to one lady who was being systematically raped or something, she actually took herself out of that whole situation. And also what, through the emotions, and also what Ricardo was saying, what made me think of another story that was related to us about the child in school. He's listening to the teacher, he's at his desk, but the window's open, and he hears the children playing football in the yard, and he wants to be with them. And so he's with them, but at the same time, he's in the classroom listening. So he was sort of in two dimensions or two realities at the same time. And we all do this, what Selena was saying, like her daydreaming and things. So this is very normal, and we'll learn how to develop it more and more as time goes on.
Just a funny comment, Mark. In there, I have to be checked by my health, and they ask me for what my job. Well, I am studied, but I am student too from Keshe Foundation Special Institute. Yes, sure. Yes, Special Institute, right? Yes, doctor. After that, every 2 days has to go to check. And they ask me, the doctors ask me every time, have you checked, have you heard
Voices? Yeah.
No, sir. By the way, the only voice I have is the one you're hearing. I hear less voices than you, because when you are in silence, you hear voices that I don't have. And look at me, how you know? Because I used to be like you before. And we think that's thought and that's not thought. Because I'm thinking person right now, but I don't have any of the voices. Every time the same answer. Different doctors, the same answer. I don't know. I give all of them, please write down, before you ask me, write down en.kfwiki.org, please. And then start to ask me. Just at the end, the last day, a lady look in the phone before she treat me some hit. I hit my feet, and before she treat me, and I give her the um, the web page, the wiki page, and that's funny because I was getting funny time when I was at the I don't know how to say medical, because that's real. I don't hear the voices they hear. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you. And as we know, one of the other benefits of the universal unit is you can take the worst person in the jail you were in, or any jail, and as they are processed through the unit, I don't know exactly how long that would take, but they can become a very productive member of the society. And so the elimination of jails is definitely on the card. Would anyone else like to come in at this point? I'm not referring to Mr. Keshe, any of the other knowledge seekers that are here. Would you like to share anything? I know Misty was enjoying the glasses, and she said a few things about that. I don't know if you'd like to share anything, Misty, but perhaps not. So that was great, Ricardo. Hopefully you've made an impression, and especially, I don't know where you came up with the wire and the zinc and the salt and everything else, but you did. Or you just used your emotions to create it. It was a very nice story, and I'm sure you've opened up some people's eyes to perhaps a new dimension. We all think we understand a lot because we're 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 years old, but yet it's all mostly in knowledge of the matter state. And now we're moving past that into the field operations. Now, when you would transmute with a vertical enhancement unit, I thought I heard Mr. Keshe say that you could look a little bit different, or there's something that could be changed along the way. I wouldn't think so, because if you're delivering packages or something this way, you wouldn't want the whatever's in there, silverware or whatever, to change. But would people actually change a little bit if they went through a transmutation, or would you look exactly the way you look now? I would think it would be pretty close to the way you appear now, if not exactly. Otherwise, people may not want to take advantage, or maybe they'll add something, something else could be enhanced that they wanted along the way. I'm not sure about that.
I'm really glad you asked that question, Mark.
Okay.
There is a significant difference in, well, the word is called interference, but when is it interference or when is it transmutation? But the sequence is really important. So the implication is that when we're doing genetically modified restoration, we find that we're going back to the origin, the soul of the seed. You know what I'm talking about on the agricultural side?
Okay, yes.
So in fact, we can undo the genetic modification. So at what point is the genetic modification? It is after the manifestation. So the soul is working prior to the manifestation. So if we elevate into the plasma state, we're changing the rules of the game. We're no longer playing in the physical state. And not only that, but we're playing in a different game with a different energy level. And that energy level is at least an order of magnitude higher. So it doesn't even see the physical state. Another example that he talked about was the difference between a corn and a popcorn. And they're both the same, but there's definitely...
That's the graphene structure. Graphene is a structure.
Well, yes. And so is the popcorn. But, we were using that as a reference to get an understanding of the difference between nano and GANs. So the GANs is kind of the popcorn of the nano. The question that always came into my mind is if based on the surface to volume ratio, the smaller one would have the charge. But you see, the thing is if it has a higher negative charge, it also has a higher positive charge, because what you're really doing is increasing the gradient. And in the physicality, the negative is the only direction of flowing. So this becomes very important. But when we get into the plasma science, it's the magnetical that is giving. And then when the magnetical gives, it gives to the gravitational. But one of the points that has come out in the last few classes is that we have never discussed absolutes. We never discussed, when we say the proton, the proton of what? It's just generic, like a car. And the same thing came out with the neutron and the electron. So, when you say GANs, oh, that's GANs. Well, GANs of what? And then we find, okay, we've got, over 100 elements in the periodic table of elements. How many Ganses do we have? And when you look at the Ganses, they are molecules, if you will, because an element is elementary and a molecule is a combination of elements. So the number of possibilities that you have starts to multiply. And it literally multiplies exponentially because the molecules can create other molecules, if you will. And when we look at our soul and the PM ticks that feed our soul, they have bits and pieces of all the elements in various different degrees. And that's what gives us all the uniqueness. So although we're all human, we are unique. And the diversity is so great that we can have 7 billion souls on this planet. And if that's amazing, well, we have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and they're also unique. So if you take 70 trillion times 7 billion, and all of a sudden, the 100 or so elements that we have in the periodic table of elements looks like kindergarten. And this is the beauty. And this is why it would take us years to learn about this. The point is that now we've opened up to the possibilities. And once we have that, then you immediately, you have a direction that you can give your time and attention to, instead of being self-centered and focusing in on our depressing physicality. There is no reason for our physicality to be depressing, because our physicality is a byproduct of the energy from the universe, and it is ubiquitous and bountiful. So, this is a gift. It's the eagle's gift, and we need to treasure that. So when we look at what is the limiting factor, we have to decide, is it from the soul providing or the physicality providing? And it's not to say that the physical provision is bad. The physical provision is bad if it does not take the soul into consideration. So when we disconnect from our soul, what is the decision-making process that we go through? It is based on our physicality, which is the lowest energy state. So now we're taking physical dimension and modifying it. And we're modifying it basing on our physical capabilities. Very limited, very limiting. So by elevating the soul, we change the game, and then we find, well, we don't have to play the game. It's like, it's like playing a game of soccer or playing a game of chess. Change the game. Okay, let's get out of that game and let's play a different game. Okay, the difference between chess and poker is that, at least in poker, you're not supposed to show your cards. But in chess, all your cards are exposed. You can see the board in front of you. And if you can see the board, then why can't you see what's good and what's bad? Who's making the decision? So you're making your decision based on your physicality, or in my case, I was making my decision on my perception of what the board could have been. And I forgot to make the link. And then I made the stupid move. But in the end, that stupid move turned out to be a brilliant move. But I'll tell you what, if I did the same thing 100 times in a row, I bet I'd lose every single game. This was an exception. And like I say, I would have quit, because that's a gentlemanly thing to do. But this became a different game. And so it became a game of emotion. It just changed the stakes. The stakes got higher. And I never dreamt that I would come out of it that way. But that really wasn't the story. The story is what's happening with Paris Saint-Germain. Leo Messi made a speech yesterday to the French audience, and he made a speech in Spanish. And he didn't even play the game. Is that hilarious? I think it's absolutely hilarious. But why? Because we are lacking in the basic essentials of emotional and physical satisfaction. And why is that? We don't have to do that anymore.
Yes, I was wondering, and I was just thinking of an example. Ed has his hand up and I think he wants to come in here, but I was just thinking of an example. Let's say you were born with one ear much, much smaller than the other ear. The other ear was at the normal size and you were very conscious of it. And you know, people looked at you, but again, this is all related to the physicality. When you were in this vertical enhancement unit and you were going through the transition process, and we know you can use your emotions as the girl did that wanted to play the harp, but her arms were not long enough. But over the course of 9 months or a year and something, she extended the length of the arm. I was wondering if while you were in this transition or transmutation state, you could correct some things that you didn't like, perhaps. And then when you remanifested, and this is just a thought and an idea, that both your ears would be exactly proportional the way they should be. It was just a thought. Ed, do you want to come in?
So I agree with you, Mark, and Ed, yeah, welcome.
Are you done, Alex?
Done for dinner.
So Mark, I wanted to just, the thought I had when you asked your question was, we need to go back and listen to the Knowledge Seekers workshop because, and I'm not sure if this is exactly what you meant, but Mr. Keshe addressed this. When you travel, but when you extend the soul past the physicality and you travel that way, then normally when the soul remanifests itself, it will take the shape that the environment dictates, and there will be differences. But he taught us, I think it was in reference to a question, and I don't recall it enough and I don't understand it. So, but I recall that he said there is another way when you travel like this, where you lock in the shape of the physicality in exactness, so that when it arrives at the destination,
It's not dust like the hammer.
It's exactly the same. And there's times when you need to do this, or would want to do this. And he did explain it, and I cannot remember it, and I didn't understand it, I don't think, at the time, or I wasn't paying enough attention. But I think it would behoove us to go back and listen to that.
Definitely, perhaps you can find it exact location you're looking for next week.
Yeah, okay.
If you'd like to.
My
Again,
responsibility.
I think I miss more than I absorb, of course, every time Mr. Keshe teaches, but I think that's, we all sort of do that. Even though we think we've gotten things, there's so much more behind the knowledge than what we understand.
Yeah, but Mark, you're only measuring in the physicality. You're assuming plasmatically you don't absorb anything. And that's not true.
No, I realize that. Yep.
No,
there
but
may be changes going on that I'm not manifesting or seeing, but yet change, just like running an experiment so many times, you miss something because you didn't look for it.
well,
But other things are going on.
in the physicality, we have a delay in consequences. So you don't have this necessarily one-to-one reaction for whatever reason. So all I'm just saying is that just because you don't recognize it happening doesn't mean it's not happening.
Thank you. Is there more you wanted to add, Ed?
Just your last statement, could you change yourself if you had a defect? I believe I've heard Mr. Keshe say many times that this can be done, and it's like a fountain of youth. You can regenerate the body when you retract, when the soul expands and encases the body, then when it reforms, it can regenerate according to the pattern that it had when it was youthful.
Can I jump here 1 second?
Please.
First, you need to, this is reply to what Mark said about the small ear and the big ear, and if you can change it. Don't forget one thing. You are not you. You are the outcome of what already decided by the others, the other souls, which is related to you. And we say always, plasma we do not see. We see the effect of the plasma. That's how we know in which level and how it's work. So if you take this in consideration, why you are here, why you are a knowledge seeker, there is one purpose for that. And this is balancing the books of who created you. You are the outcome of all this before you. And if you believe me, you do not need to do much in physicality, because you can reach in the soul level. And if you can reach in the soul level, then I think you can change to everything what you wish. But first you need to balance the books, because now you know you are in charge. And what is the beauty and what is more effect if you work in the wishes? And the wishes, you know, it's connected to the soul. I don't think it's very hard. Hard for those they have no knowledge about the work of the plasma and this Keshe Foundation technology. But because you are doing all these cancers and you know, and you see and you feel the effect of the plasma, there is no difference between any box you do or any cup you do and what you already have. So work in this way. You will find yourself, you are progressing very, very, very fast. You know, energy interact with energy. Any energy outside your body, it will not interact with you unless it is in the same level. That means your energy, when it is in the same level with another energies, packages, whatever you call them, they will not interact. So you can see a lot of things in this aspect. Plasma interact with another similar or near similar plasma. And we know plasma is basic energy. So you do not need a physicality to do such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Yes, I agree that.
Elena,
Yeah.
can James just came back and he said he doesn't have time today for the meeting. I'm glad you came back, James. I was calling out to you, but you had disappeared from the participants list. But now you're back and you've mentioned something in the chat about the sweet cup. Is that what you'd like to share? I noticed your mic was open and closed a few times. And it's open right now. James? Okay, he said he cannot today. Okay, Selena, please, sorry for interrupting you. I thought James could mention something.
I attend the Bangla teaching every Saturday. So a lot of time I always tell
You
them
said the Bangla teaching?
Bangladeshi, yes, Bengali
Yes.
teaching.
Yeah, okay.
So sometimes I told them, oh, in the teaching, oh, I live inside the God. We are living inside the God. In my thought, if everything created from God, so the universe, multiverse, and everything, so we are inside it, right? So we are inside the God. So
But why would you
we are
need to
part
be
of God.
taught then?
Yeah, I am part of the
Right, but why would we need to be taught certain things to achieve certain things, for knowledge to be dispersed?
yeah,
So beautiful.
that, yeah. So think about our soul, our cell, single cell. Our single cell is a factory. It's work like a factory, right? It has a lot of work to do. So same thing, our body is the factory too, another level, the higher level. So after our body, there is another factory all around us, the earth, weather, river, ocean, sky, everything, another factory. So one inside another. So that way we have work to do. Our cell working for us. So we have to work to do for the other level, and other level have to work to do for other level. So we are all together, and we are all working, and we are all understanding what is going on. So just knowing each other and knowing everything, that is our work, and it is our level. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just read, you can keep your mic open. Just will read what James put in the chat, just to let everybody know, Sweet Cup finally created results after 2 to 3 months. I started it by drinking large amounts of water. I have reduced my meds. Did not have time for the meeting. The 24 commandments, if followed per KSW 215 and 216, will help a great deal. A long discussion on these and the KSW mentioned above would be great. Please continue, Selena, if you had more.
No, only that everything is clear, and we are making critical. If we understand that way, it is easy to understand what is going on and what is happening. So our level work is we need to evolve and know a little bit better. And my experience, my experience is not like a daydream. I literally see in my head, it's clear, and it is more than real. And what is that? Most of the time I don't see my body, but sometimes I see. So I think so. All of us, we are going that way, and we will fly this way. And another thing I want to say, Mr. Keshe always teach us about nanocoating. We can nanocoat our body, and we can fly. And how do we nanocoat? And what is the meaning of nanocoating? We are separating our
opening a new dimension.
Right.
That's
right.
what the nanocoating
yes.
does.
And
Creates
when we
different
And when we get this, when we relax, very relaxed, get very relaxed, that time. That's why I'm telling that day to John how to go, how to fly. I fly that way. I don't know everybody is the same or same way I need to do, but that is the secret.
No question. Beyond the imagination of the man, these technologies that are going to be released quite strongly, hopefully, and in the very near period, and sooner than we think. So I think the world leaders and the world scientists will take a view, or at least hear about it from the others, of what is actually the reality now on this planet. And it has been the reality. It's just we're being taught how better to do it. Anyone else want to come in here?
Everybody's silent.
Everybody waiting.
Yeah. Mark, by the way, you've ordered some cups, haven't you?
I have not.
Ah, well, I thought
I
you had.
talked about them, but I haven't. I know James has, and Doug is saying in the chat, it's always good to hear and read the instruction manual before we attempt to sit in the pilot seat. And that's what we're doing now. We're being trained. We're not an expert driver, but we're being trained, as he used the example of learning to drive, that we're in the sort of passenger seat at this point, but we will become the driver.
Yeah, no, I wanted some info because from here it's practically impossible. We can't make a bank transfer. We can't use PayPal. The money costs more than double what the exchange.
Right, and didn't they just take a couple zeros off your currency or something?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No. Our biggest bill is worth €6. 1,000 pesos. 1,000 pesos buys €6. What can you do with the highest denomination? It's about just about impossible.
It sounds like you need a manufacturing facility locally
Yeah, I know.
for the nation.
Yeah,
And that
exactly.
will appear as well. I'm
I'm
confident.
just waiting for them to settle down there in Austria and decide how things are going to work, because I got people queuing up here asking for how can we get the hold of the cups and try and make a transfer. Day before yesterday, I've tried with a bloke. He's going back to Buenos Aires, and we'll see if he can convince the bank to make a transfer, because PayPal doesn't work here either. It's the ideal way would be with a credit card, but
And
or a
John,
debit card.
in the chat, Hassan has put in Lebanon, a pack of spaghetti, which normally is £1, is €17.
Yeah, but what is the highest denomination bill? We're just behind Venezuela. Venezuela, you got to have millions to buy anything.
And this is again part of the structure that's going to be replaced over time.
Yeah.
The banking, the energy, the agriculture, and the health are the main, and of course, space travel, once we've signed on to the peace treaty, are the main things that the Keshe Foundation would like to see benefit everyone, because these are the structures that are keeping us down: the energy, the health, the banking, the food production.
And also we got to have the postal service, the Keshe postal service.
Oh, yes, yes. I imagine FedEx and all these other delivery people are going to be perking up their ears very soon.
Yeah, because another problem here is also the customs. They retain the thing, and if you don't bribe them, you can't get back any merchandise that has been sent over to you.
Yes, we've been hearing these stories from different nations around the planet as well.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a lock on many things, but these locks are going to be opened. And again, if they won't deliver them, as Mr. Keshe said, they're going to appear there.
I'm all for putting up a factory here and making. My daughter used to do ceramics, so she won't have any problem making the cups or whatever. But we've got to keep the ethos.
Imagine, John,
Yes, go ahead.
if you could enlist the services of Leo Messi.
Yeah. Well, Leo Messi bought some respiration machines for the hospitals. He sent them over, and they weren't allowed in because they didn't have the authorization from the MAM or AMA here, so they couldn't deliver them. They had people dying off because they hadn't any machines, and they had them waiting in the customs, and they couldn't use them.
Yes, it's a fine mess we've got ourselves into, but I think the mess is about to get cleaned up, even though Mr. Keshe says he loves to cook, but he doesn't like the cleanup. But I think this cleanup he's all for.
It's my job.
You must have seen that video on the Telegram. That lady, we tell them, "Where's your mask?" "No, I've got a serious medical problem." Have you seen that one?
I haven't, no.
She's got CS. Common sense.
Okay, very good.
It's fabulous. It's marvelous.
Well, we are producing some masks, and I think they're going to come in packs of 20, and they'll be €2 each. And these masks are totally different. They will provide protection and so on I'm not exactly sure how they work or what's put into them or how they work. And I think they can be washed and reused. So this is another product that we'll all be seeing, and we should all take advantage of this because it seems like the mandates are coming back.
You know where they can shove the mandates up, no?
In the back garden where the sun doesn't shine.
Exactly.
But who will certify such a product?
Yeah, but what are you going to
think it's already
continue
certified.
infecting yourself? No, forget about it. Thank God I live somewhere where we've got they're not so serious about all this hullabaloo.
So the largest denomination in your currency is 6.
Yeah, 1,000 pesos. With 1,000 pesos, you can barely buy €6. About $7. Because a dollar is supposedly worth 100 pesos, but you got two taxes. You got a 30% tax additional, plus 35 state two taxes. You paying about 170, 180 pesos for each dollar. On the black market, you get it cheaper. On the black market, you pay 165 for a dollar.
Yes, we don't even can imagine what the people in certain countries have to go through to survive. But this is all going to be changed, and I think rather rapidly. It's gone on long enough for too many millions of years, and it's time, and the structure is being set up now for this, and it will not be stopped.
The pressure cookers are getting to the limit. They'll blow up any moment. Well, they've blown up there in France and in Spain the last few days, I've been told, by what I've seen.
There is a question from David. Can you read it, Mark? Please?
From David, what happened in Afghanistan? Well, I know we've spent trillions of dollars there. And of course, we know the poppy production has quadrupled or 5 times since we've took over there. I know that the group we were fighting, if you're growing poppies, they're probably going to execute you now. But when we were there, we were protecting apparently the poppy fields according to the United Nations.
Well, the same happened in Vietnam with the cannabis.
So the world is changing for the better. I don't think it's going to go much worse, although it may. I know that there are some things probably coming that aren't going to be expected, but I think we can protect ourselves and do many things with this technology. He's given the technology so that we can become very independent and the last man standing. And as we start to use this and find out more about the soul, then all bets are off to those who can take advantage of it or use it.
I would like to say about Afghanistan from our perspective in Australia that our soldiers were in Afghanistan for, I think it was 10 years or more, and committed all sorts of atrocities whilst there. And our media now are portraying the sad story that all of the effort that was made was wasted because the Afghanis have taken back control of their country, but they're portrayed as terrible people. They're going to murder everybody. The women are going to be suppressed again. Everything is negative. But my personal opinion is just like Iran was demonized for years and years and years as the great enemy, the great terrorists, the source of all evil. Leave Afghanistan to the Afghanis, and regardless of all this negative propaganda that's being presented in our country here, things will probably improve greatly, because we must remember the foreign forces were the invaders. They were with their own agenda, as is hinted by the poppies and so on. Now the Afghanis will look after their own business, take care of their own, and we'll just see, I think, in as time progresses, that they actually will be far better off without the invaders, who are now packing up their bags as fast as they possibly can. And as John mentioned, like Vietnam, they're packing everybody that they saw as their friends or supporters. They're packing them onto planes and so on to get them out. And then the Afghanis will have their country back.
I think we need a Universal Council member to bring a wish for the people of Afghanistan.
And of course, another reason we were there was the lithium. Now, that's used in these newer batteries and things, and Afghanistan is one of the main deposits, let's say, not the only one, but one of the main deposits of, and it was either keeping it for ourselves or keeping it away from others who wanted this rare earth material. But as Mr. Keshe said, why fight over it? I can create a magnet and show you, you can pull it right out of the ocean. So there's no reason to fight for this. Go ahead, Jalal. You were saying you'd like a Universal Council person to make a wish.
Yes, if any of the Universal Council bring a wish for the souls of the people in Afghanistan.
Okay, so here is Marie. I'm the Universal Council member for the Norwegian language. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So the Universal Council wish for elevation of the souls of the Afghani people and that the peace will provide, can I say that? Provide, can be provided, and that all of the world's population will find peace, something like that, I think. Yeah. I don't have anything to
And
put right down.
what we have, I give freely for myself.
Yeah, and I give freely from my soul to all the souls connected to this situation in Afghanistan. Take what you need.
I am present.
We are present.
I'm present.
Present.
I am present.
Present.
I'm
Present.
Thank you.
As of 1 hour ago, only military planes are allowed out of Kabul in
I am present.
Afghanistan.
I am present.
I am late but present.
Right on time. And this is the reason we need the Keshe plasma technology and knowledge, because man just keeps messing it up more and more. The more we seem to think we're solving problems, we're just creating other ones. And we know this technology in a way will also create problems, but we're going to solve them in a very beautiful way, as opposed to war and killing and destroying things. It's going to be a totally different take on how problems are solved in the very near future. So we're right on the cusp of this knowledge being exposed to humanity, maybe not so many at first, but I think as time goes on, it will not be contained. It cannot be contained. And this knowledge will reach all the inhabitants of this planet, as well as the horizontal people and the vertical people. So there's so many things Mr. Keshe has put in our lap that we still need to open up and decipher. Even the cup of life, he said it'd take man a couple 100 years or more just to understand what's going on in this cup. But we don't have to wait till that point to use it. We can use it right now. And we are using it now. So thank you, Keshe Foundation.
Mark, I really want to thank everybody for allowing me to make a presentation again today. It's very important for me to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity again. And the good wishes coming from the universal community, that includes all of us. This is the North American Corona International Team meeting. And I want to thank everybody for participating today.
Alex?
Very well.
Yes,
maybe you can bring next week law of attraction.
You're so funny. I will try my best. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear.
Mark, you've done a terrific job. I'm just going to hand it over to you.
Okay,
It's
let me
not
put
to
the
end the
back-
meeting.
No,
Just want to thank everybody
I'll put the
properly.
background back up.
It's really important for people to understand that we're all part of the same process.
Okay, and I'm sure Mr. Keshe can come in if he feels led to, but sometimes he just wants to observe the creation and learn from the creation.
Don't make condition. Thank you, Alex.
I want to say something to Alex. If you can, next time tell us before cleaning the house, where is the dust? You have to let us know where is the more dust.
What?
You told about the cleaning the house?
You said you didn't like cleaning,
No.
Alex.
No, I don't like cleaning.
Okay.
So you have to tell us where is the dust.
Oh,
You have to explain more a little bit.
Well, you know, the more you do, the more mess you make, right? I mean, that's kind of the rule. But we just have to have good intentions and good thoughts, and it'll all work out.
Yeah, but people have to know where is the dust, where and how it's created. We need the total history.
Why do you want to get rid of nature?
No, I don't want. But we need to clean the house.
We've already been
Why? Who
insignificant
said
dust.
that?
Now we're going to be the important dust.
I have a new machine.
When I first came along here, where
John, you said when you first came along here and then it cut off.
He went so fast.
John, your mic is open, but we're not hearing you.
no, here I've got.
There you go.
Note. Yeah, now it's apparently it's stabilized. My connection was fading. When I first came here, I found houses with earthen floors, which were treated with cedar. What are they called?
Creosote?
Yeah, where you put on the wooden floors.
Tar?
No, the normal
Linoleum?
You polish your floors. No.
A lacquer?
Wax.
Not lacquer.
Wax, no?
Wax, yeah, exactly. They waxed the earthen floor. It was beautiful floors. They brought their ideas over from Europe, and they had earthen floors here, and they used to wax it, the floors, the earth floors. Beautiful earthen floors. Nowadays, you got the ceramics, and what are ceramic floors? Just the same hardened earth, aren't they?
Well, just think of what we can put in the ceramics to a building or in different rooms or different ways. The foundation has quite a handle and developing this whole ceramic platform.
Yeah, there's so much we've got to get down to doing. We've got to change the people's minds.
Okay, well, if no one else has anything else to add, I will, it's approaching midnight again in Europe. It seems like these times fly by pretty quickly. I want to thank everyone for being present, for contributing. I did want to play the spot from Paul Hellier that Rick had brought up. And then I'd like to play The question Mr. Keshe answered from Azar about the humbleness. And maybe we'll go out with that and then the final disclaimer. Is there anyone who wants to come in at this point?
Yes, if I may, talking about the dust.
And
the
Diane
old say-
after you. Diane will
Thank
come in after you, Doug.
No worries, Mark. Thank you. We always have an old saying, we sweep the dust under the carpet. So, maybe that's a good place to look to see where all this dust is that we've swept under the carpet.
Well, that's where I got that quote from, the 331st Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we have been the insignificant dust, but now we're going to become the important dust in the universe.
Well, there in Australia, you got regions where you certainly got a lot of dust, don't you?
Yes, John, we got dust. I live in a rural area and we have sugarcane growing, and they burn the sugarcane and huge amounts of clouds go up into the sky, and the black soot comes falling down. We call it, where I live, Tweed Valley snow. It's black. It's little pieces of burnt sugarcane. And after that, then the fields are, before they plant the next season's crop, the dust, if it's windy, the dust blows, and it's a constant, you can clean the house as much as you like, but within a matter of a day or so, there's more dust. So, yep, we got
very fine particulate, it sounds like.
I can give you a good idea, Doug.
Yeah,
Here,
go on,
we used
John.
to have a lot of places in Tucumán will make all the sugar cane, and now they're making white paper out of it. You don't need any bleach.
Mm.
They use all the cane stuff for the paper. Beautiful paper.
Yes, sugarcane is a large grass actually, and same as bamboo. It's a form of grass, very large, and the fibers are very useful. I believe they could be used in many ways, but the farmers are only interested in getting the cane to the sugar mill and producing sugar. And funny thing here, they put a what they call a cogeneration power plant onto the end of the sugar mill, promising that they wouldn't need to burn the cane anymore, the sugar cane. They would just cut it green, and that the leaves and the excess would be burned in a giant furnace to produce electricity. But they found out that the sugarcane mulch couldn't produce enough heat, so then they reverted to cutting trees down and feeding the furnace with wood chips. So what they said was going to be the very environmentally friendly process, so on and so on and so on. It really didn't
They forgot to test it first.
Yes, Mark, as usual. They forgot to test it. They built all this infrastructure, big things, and huge, and they put power lines in, monstrous big power lines, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, obvious oversight, right? Okay, anything else from anyone else? Thank you all for being here today, for contributing, for joining, for sharing knowledge. The knowledge seekers are becoming more knowledgeable and learning more of our capabilities, which are going to be developed as we move along this journey with Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation and the plasma technology.
Thank you all. That
Thank
means
you.
we are making something distraction to creation, right?
Diane, you had your microphone open for a moment. Did you want to add?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open it.
Okay, that's fine.
Love
Yeah,
you.
that's why we're here, just to keep a little bit of an eye on things. But thank you for your contributions today and everyone else. So I think I will play the Paul Hellyer tribute that Rick put on. And again, he inspired many, many people. And I think he wanted all of us to understand more about the totality and our universe and all these things that are going on around us that we're just not privy to. And of course, that would get a lot of people's attention if they realize the world is bigger than your backyard or your nation or your state. And these are the paths we're going to be traveling very soon. So let me put that up if I can. Hopefully we...
Just want to say one thing. I think we're in a wait and see situation.
Yes, we are, Yvonne.
Okay. Make sure I'm sharing the screen. Yes. And I don't know if this is exactly where Rick started, but if not, I will back it up. It's only a few minutes. And then we will go to the question that Azar posed to Mr. Keshe in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop. We'll play the final disclaimer and then we'll end the meeting.
To Mr. Keshe that in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, I brought up this idea, this tribute actually to a person that's, well, his name is Paul Hellyer, as you can see in the title here. And he just passed away a few days ago on August 8th. And he was 98 years old when he died. And he was very active even up till time of his death. And he was, as they say here, a Canadian engineer, politician, writer, and commentator. And they get into his political life and so on. He was actually the defense minister for Canada, the Minister of Defense for Canada for 4 years in the mid-1960s during the Cold War times and so on. And it goes on to give a description. He was an engineer, took aeronautical engineering and had his private pilot's license and so on. And he was very active in politics and was kind of outspoken in many ways. And it gets into his political thing. But the interesting thing about Paul Hellyer is, well, you kind of get the idea what he's like when, I'll read this part here. On June 3rd, 1967, Hellyer, by then he would have, I think he was still the Minister of Defense in June. I think he retired from that or passed on the helm in November or something in 67. Hellyer flew in by helicopter to officially inaugurate an unidentified flying object landing pad in St. Paul, Alberta. The town had built it as its Canadian Centennial Celebration Project and as a symbol of keeping a symbol of keeping space free from human warfare. The sign beside the pad reads, "The area under the world's first UFO landing pad was designated international by the town of St. Paul as a symbol of our faith that mankind will maintain the outer universe free from national wars and strife, that future travel in space will be safe for all intergalactic beings, all visitors from Earth or otherwise, are welcome to this territory and to the town of St. Paul. It goes on that in early September 2005, Hellier made headlines by publicly announcing that he believed in the existence of UFOs. On September 25th, 2005, he was an invited speaker at an exopolitics conference in Toronto, where he told the audience that he had seen a UFO one night with his late wife and some friends. He said that although he had discounted the experience at the time, he had kept an open mind to it. He said that he started taking the issue much more seriously after watching ABC's UFO special in February 2005. And it goes on, and where the Ottawa in 2007, the Ottawa Citizen paper reported that Hellier is demanding that world governments disclose alien technology that could be used to solve the problem of climate change. So he says, I would like to see what alien technology there could be that could eliminate the burning of fossil fuels within a generation. That could be a way to save our planet. We need to persuade governments to come clean on what they know. Some of us suspect they know quite a lot, and it might be enough to save our planet if applied quickly enough. And in an interview with Russia Today in 2014, Hellier said that at least 4 species of aliens have been visiting Earth for thousands of years, with most of them coming from other star systems, although there are some living on Venus, Mars, and Saturn's moon. According to him, they don't think we are good stewards of our planet. So that's a little bit about him, and he's written over a dozen books, some of them very critical of the banking systems and politics and so on. And he's got one of his books called Light at the End of the Tunnel, Survival Plan for the Human Species, and so on. So to me, he's kind of one of my heroes, because I remember in 1967 when he opened up that UFO landing pad, and I thought how kind of strange that was at the time, but it was kind of cool. The Minister of Defense actually engaging in that, which is a strange concept. And it turns out in 2005 and 6, when he started going public about this and claiming that UFOs exist, he was the highest ranking person in the world to come forward with that claim and actually, not be senile when they're doing it, or coming from a. He was very educated and very straightforward, honest, and I think he's one of the greatest sort of unknown Canadians, because the news media would barely touch him. I don't even think they mentioned him when he passed away. And yet he's been extremely active. He actually started a new political party in Canada and so on, and almost became prime minister at one time. So what I did is I actually communicated with Paul Hellier a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, and I just wanted to reach out to him and see if he could make some sort of connection with the plasma technology and so on. So I'd like to, and we had a few correspondences back and forth at that time, but I'd like to read the letter that I wrote, because he was 95 or 6 at that time. And, I figured if one of us passed away, I didn't know if he would or I would first. He's pretty tough. And I thought I'd better reach out to him and just say what was in my heart. So this is the way the letter went. To Paul Hellier, I want to express my gratitude for your presence and for your efforts over the years. Your work has helped to lay the groundwork for the amazing changes which are now occurring on planet Earth. People are warming up to communications with other world entities and are interested to travel within our solar system and beyond. We begin to recognize that chaos and injustice on this planet needs to be addressed before we venture into deep space. Thank you for attempting to remedy the ills of the earth and for awakening those who need to hear the message of the universal community. You have been an inspiration for me and many others to carry on with the message that we are not alone in the universe and that we are preparing to go to space. Some with a spaceship, and some without. I look forward to 2019 as a year of greatest change for humanity as we come together to leap forward. Cheers, Rick. And he wrote back to me, thank you very much for yours of December 28th. Your words are appreciated. Officially resigned from the email circuit December 31st, 2018 to save the 2 or 3 hours for other projects. Most important of these is a series of 5-minute YouTubes covering the 10 or 12 most important issues facing humankind at the moment. Warmest best wishes, Paul. So here he was, 96 years old, still active, making YouTube videos, informing the public, and basically being a bit of a pain in the butt to the powers that be. But I so much appreciate Paul Hellyer and his work, and I'm just happy to be able to acknowledge that he existed, and I thought he was a pretty cool guy. So that's my tribute to Paul Hellyer. And there's word out in the community that he's helping us on the other side now, even much more powerfully than he could from this side. So I think we have an ally on the other side that'll help our changes on this planet. Okay, thanks. I think that's about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rick Crammon, for bringing that. And we thank Mr. Paul Hellyer for all his help and trying to disperse the knowledge across the planet for others. I'm going to go fast forward here to the about 3 hours, and hopefully we can lock into the question from Azar. I may have to test it. I didn't have it set up exactly. Let's just see here. We're going to back
Since
it up.
all the
Okay, this may be a little bit more before she started, but let's see.
Drone report will come out of the National Defense University of Iran. And we have no problem with this in the next few weeks, once they get their approvals from parliaments and the support of our work goes, because they are fully aware of our work and we have a lot to do. And we will show this in the coming weeks. We have no problem in developing certain stages, especially in space transmutation, and what we're trying to keep with the university to show the first flight in June the 6th, 2022. It's part of the bigger picture which Keshe Nation is involved and we work.
Okay, we've got a hand up, Mr. Keshe from Azar here.
You heard that song that says, "Here comes trouble."
Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe.
Good afternoon, Azaja.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question, Mr. Keshe. If you remember, you said in the past that you have the ability to make man peaceful and take all of us to space. But the problem is, since all the information is in RNA, we still make the same mayhem in the space. Now, the question is, if the solar physicality is keep getting elevated, for example, say I keep getting elevated at the point my physical soul and soul matches each other, is that elevation of the physical soul that become to the point of highest point being transferred to the messenger to the RNA and DNA instantaneously, or is it time lapse that is going to be taken in order to be imprinted in the RNA and DNA?
I'm gonna answer you in a very, very different way because it needs to be answered that way. First of all, I hope you enjoyed your chul kebab in Tehran today. Secondly, what we forget is the cornerstone of the plasma technology and the teaching. And it is the word you use, elevation. In the world of creation, humbleness is the process of development of another soul. When you speak about the elevation of the soul, you speak about the elevation of the soul of the man, but you speak about humbleness of the soul of the physicality. And this is what man has not learned yet. You do not elevate the soul of the man as you consider. You make physicality so humble that it allows the soul of the man to show its beauty. Totally two different ways. And as long as you become thinking you're humble, but you're actually hoping to elevate the soul, you will not reach there. We take, in a way, we empty a jar to fill it up with something more. We humble the soul of physicality that allows the soul of the man to show itself. That's what we call elevation. And this is what many of knowledge seekers and mankind have not understood. You go, you've traveled from India to South America and everywhere looking for all these gurus and the rest of it. But one thing I'm sure you have not realized. Have you ever seen a man who can show his soul, be arrogant and talking, walking tall? The humbleness comes from the virtue and from the understanding of the being so humble that the soul shows its beauty. We don't elevate the soul. We always, if we go back to all the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, we teach unconditionally and we give unconditionally. We are detached. It comes from humbleness. Because you realize what you have is nothing compared to what is behind the knowledge which sits behind. And then when you share the beauty of the main knowledge, it manifests itself. And it's the same with the man. Don't look for elevation, look for humbleness. Look what we call for the servitude. We still live the life of the man, but with it, with the thoughts and not the physical work of it, with understanding the operation of it, you allow, instead of the elevation of freedom of the soul to come at the point of death, to be at all times.
And Mr. Keshe, what you're saying is instead of when you constantly think about elevation, actually nothing is happening. It's just like you have to be humble. But just like when you want to have a beautiful flower, you don't constantly think about the flower, but if you put a seed down and water it and take care of it and nurture it, the flower shows up. It means it has to do with our action more than thinking about elevation. Because thinking about elevation, nothing is going to happen, but my action actually justifies. The elevation happens naturally when you're humble, but when you think about elevation, nothing happens naturally.
You see, there are two different ways of action. One is a physical action, one is an emotional action. Not many men have found what you call elevation through the physical action. But many men have found elevation, as you call it, of the soul or freedom of the soul from the emotional action. And that's the difference. It gives you access to a different dimension. It gives you access to what you never want. You walk on the street and you think you're very generous and God will give you this and that. And you give money to a beggar or somebody you think he asks for money, he needs money to live. And you think you're very humble. You get nothing for it, more or less very little, except self-satisfaction. You walk a few meters away and you see a man in pain. And you wish I could carry your pain, that you don't suffer. And then you find a few steps further an elevation and a knowledge, a freedom. And you think, oh, because I paid the man, it gave me the pleasure of this elevation. But it was actually the man who you took the pain of. And this is where mankind goes very, very deep in understanding that he's still attached to physicality. Because a physical terminology has an end, but emotional and soul has not. Even though in time, it'll come to its own cycle of dispersing its fields. Even our soul has a transition time, but it depends what it goes to and what it gives to be as part of its transition to the next step. Or you just become what I call fertilizer gathered, and then you disperse it to grow some others in the future. So you have to understand what it means. Building mosques and churches and giving charity has not brought no such a one single elevation to no soul. But if you in the process of building a mosque or a church, you build it for the souls to be elevated, for a man who needs food, come to church or to the mosque, and he looked after by and given the comfort of home, then you receive that elevation, because you took a suffering from a man. And this is exactly what is the opposite happening today. You get a beggar to go to church, the priest kicks him out. This is not your place. This is my place to beg from the people and steal from. You cannot steal from a man who already robbed the other people from their soul and their pocket. And I've told you many times, go to Vatican and walk around the bridges, on the bridges, the walkway to the Vatican where you walk into the square, and just on the border where the line of Vatican is, move back 50 steps and look to the left. You see a lot of homeless people sleeping on the window sills of the Vatican's car park hidden behind, bringing coaches and coaches of Japanese, Chinese, Filipinos and the rest to put money in the coffers of the Vatican. And these people are Christian and they sleep hungry and in boxes. Then you pay more to, in a way, become part of the criminal part, to steal from the physicality of the man. I've stood many times and I see hungry and homeless people literally around the richest church in the world. They do not feed them, they do not help them, and they sleep in winter and summer in boxes on the window sills and on the underground bridges around Vatican. You cannot rob from somebody who's already robbed everything. And this is where it comes. And you give something to a beggar, and you think you've done well and God will help you. That act itself has taken from you even being elevated. Then you understand more. Elevation of the soul does not come in the dimension of physicality. It comes through the dimension of emotion and thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Well,
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.